we will be streaming the whole symposium, but you will see it on the webpage next week. And now we will have a short welcome from the Vice Mayor of the city, Mr. Piotr Krzyzewski.
Hello everybody, thank you for introduction. Welcome to Gdańsk, in my opinion, the most beautiful city in the world, a city that wants to be greener, a city that wants to build a better future around the green spaces. In strategic documents we planned to plant 50,000 trees in the area of the city. We want to build a green-blue infrastructure. In fact, last week in this building we had the biggest, in Poland, the biggest conference about stormwater management, about green retention. So we want to be, as Gdańsk, as a city, we want to be a leader of that kind of activities. And I think that's impossible without good communication with the citizens. So for that we need different forms of communication, also like art. So I really hope you have a wonderful time in Gdańsk. I think those few days will be a good opportunity to exchange experience that you have, to learn from each other. So let you have a good conference and a wonderful meeting and time in Gdańsk. Thank you.
And now we have a welcome by our acting director, Barbara Sroka.
Hello. I also welcome to the Open Symposium of the European project Returning the Tide, hosted at the Urban Culture Institute, and we are honored to have you all with us today, because this project is creative response to the threats posed by the climate crisis, and we are proud to bring together a diverse group of participants who dedicated to this crucial cause. Today we are joined by project partners, welcome, also international and local artists, representatives from various institutions, as well as activists and cultural sector leaders. We look forward to engaging discussion, inspiring presentation and fruitful collaboration that will emerge from this symposium. Thank you for being here, and let us work together to tune the tide towards a more sustainable future, and enjoy the symposium, enjoy the time together with Gdańsk, and welcome.
Ivona Price is CEO of Intercult Sweden and the leader of the project.
Hello everybody. I would like to say welcome to Gdańsk. We are so proud of being here. I am so proud of being here. This is our second event in this collaboration. The first one was in Glasgow, the Climate Summit in Glasgow. This one is the International Lab gathering, also the artists involved in the project. And this is an event which takes place after 2 years of preparations. So when we speak about projects, about international collaborations, about funds, European funds, it takes time. We were writing the project during 1 year, then we were waiting for the decision, then we started to implement it, and after 2 years we are here. So W imieniu partnerów witam Państwa serdecznie na prezentacji projektu Odwrócenie fali przypływu. Mam nadzieję, że tłumaczenie jest właściwe. Turning the tide, czyli kreatywnych działań na rzecz niezbadanych katastrof klimatycznych. Cieszymy się jeszcze raz, że możemy być tutaj w Gdańsku, aby przedstawić projekt, jego cele, motywacje i działania. I wracam do angielskiego. In the project, we are partners listed here. Intercal from Sweden is the lead partner. We have also the Urban Culture Institute, the host of this meeting. We have Deer Hunter from Netherlands. We have Artrit from Greece. And we have the Wiener Bildungsakademie from Austria, in collaboration with Fable Vision Scotland and River Cities Platform Foundation, a European network dealing with culture and rivers. And what is turning the tide? I think that most of you already listed out that this project is about climate changes, it's about the effects of environmental changes on coastal cities, and about how the socially engaged people, how to engage people in social way in issues through culture and art. The objectives of the project are very ambitious. It's an artistic intervention. It's a transdisciplinary dialogue. That's why we call it international labs, because we are meeting both artists and experts on environmental issues, issues of climate changes and issues of water. We aim to engage local citizens. We want to amplify the unheard voices and raise awareness on climate issues, especially in waterfront cities, as those cities are most exposed to the climate injustice. I am the one who should change the slides, I guess. So let's see what will happen. Yeah, so those are the countries, the partner countries, which you can see listed here. The objectives of the projects are as I named. We are going to have this dialogue, intercultural dialogue in all the cities with international labs, with local labs, which mainly are the meetings with local residents and local experts, and also involvement of artists in all the actions, involvement of artists in the local and international dialogue. The target groups of the projects are very diverse. You know that art and culture is working with very diverse public interventions, and we are targeting city activists, we are targeting non-arts professionals, we are targeting online audiences. A lot of the project is going to be streamed or published online, but also the final target groups which we would like to influence, which are architects, city planners, municipal policy planners. We are very glad that the vice mayor of the city was here for just a minute ago. He left, but at least he knows that we are here, and we hope to establish a contact with those authorities during our walks through the cities. The project result is shared learning. We learn together. We are representing very diverse organizations. Also, artists are representing very diverse practices. Experts are coming from very diverse areas. So, shared learning. We are strengthening the collaboration capacities. We also work with the mobility of artists, those travels of us all, I mean both partners, but especially artists, aim to open or give a platform to artists to work on the European arena and hopefully even beyond the European borders, the international arena. This is a platform for artists, for mobility, but also for local people to meet with the artists and to see the view of the artists on the issues of the city. this is the project. In the application, it is how it usually look like, but beautifully painted by or sketched by Deer Hunter, Remy and Marlies, present here, and our speakers in the afternoon. You see how the project structure is built with the cities we are visiting and with the activities we are implementing. So what are our actions? Those two pictures come from Stockholm. One of our artists, Tina Eskilsson, is now preparing her artistic intervention to be shown on Stockholm Culture Festival in August. And on the second picture, we can see the brand new lock of Stockholm in the central part, dividing the lake and the sea. You will hear more about this issue in the next presentation, but this was opened for barely, I think, 2 weeks ago, and is going to stand there for the next 100 years. We've met in Vienna during the kickoff. Of course, those meetings are really important because we get to know the cities, but also get to know each other. And now we are in Gdańsk, and we are learning each other. We are meeting people living here, talking to all of you. You are of course very welcome to speak to us in the breaks, because we are so interested in your problems, your issues, and your challenges here in Gdańsk. That was Vienna. We've been there in December. We also organized webinars, which are online. You can hear the webinars. You can see the webinars online. The content of the webinars is about our methodology, which is cultural planning and participatory artistic interventions. The methodology, which is a base of our artistic actions here in Gdańsk and in all the cities in the project. Then Glasgow Climate and Culture Summit, which I already mentioned. The local urban labs, which are the activities in all the cities ongoing parallelly. We are having the residencies for artists, 2 artists at a time in each city. So in total, the local artists and the international artists are 32 people. Only on the artist side, and then partners and experts. So the project is actually reaching quite a lot of people. And International Urban Lab, this is the team of Gdańsk sitting here today with us, both artists and partners, led by Maja Murawska, the curator of the project, here in the room as well. International Urban Lab, yes, the visits and the methodology which will be used also throughout the project and the result of the project. Deer Hunter is preparing cartopological maps of each city involved, and at the end we will present an atlas of the cities containing all the research conducted during the course of the project. Marlies and Remy are staying in each city for 6 weeks. Artists are staying for 4 weeks. So this is quite a long time for research. Not enough, of course. And at the last place we will meet at is Hague in 2026. Now it's 2024, so you see that we have a long way in front of us. So this is the project, how it looks like. You are so much welcome to ask questions and to approach us again about all possible issues. We are interested in all conversations. We will visit many of you. I can see people in the room we have, who I know since my previous visits, and I know that we will visit you. But now, welcome to the summit, and have a good time.
We will now have presentations of dangers related to water in each partner city, and the first presentation will be by Maja Murawska, the curator of our project.
Hi, hello. For those who don't know me, my name is Maja. Do you see the remote? I see the remote. I'm a bit technically enabled, so thank you for that. Yeah, oh my God, the lights. I'm really glad to be here today and have the opportunity to talk to you about the climate changes. But I have to say, I feel at the same time a bit, uneasy about it because it's not my scientific domain, of course, as you know. But I will do my best, and then we can discuss it later, unofficially, let's say. So there's that. I will give you my perspective on the topic of climate changes. And the things I will be talking about are, of course, not, which I don't know. Okay. So I've selected a few challenges that Gdańsk is facing nowadays. These are, of course, not the all challenges. I've chosen just a few. And I think I will speak only about one because we don't have time. I don't want to, tell you that some of these issues are more important than others. They are not, but I will only choose one to explore more and to, maybe discuss it with you later. So, the topic I've selected is flash floods. It is violent, heavy rains that occur not only in Gdańsk, but in Gdańsk usually in the summer, for a few hours, and then the retention is unable to, process this whole amount of water. The photos you see here in the presentation were made in 2016, and of course, as I said, it happens a lot, twice, 3 times a year, or maybe more. I personally also experienced a lot of the situations involved with these heavy rains. When I was in Glasgow a few weeks ago, I told the story when I was driving my car during this heavy rain. I mean, 2 or 3 years ago, I don't remember. And then I realized that the water is coming, and I had to, quote, save myself from the water by driving on a sidewalk or a grass nearby. And I vividly remember that I wasn't even surprised or scared, nothing at all. So I guess I just totally normalized the situation as those people in the picture. On one hand, it can be seen as something humorous, but on the other, it is a proof that we normalize the situation. We are trying to cope with it, with the capability we have. So yeah, there's that. I don't know if we have time to speak more about the other challenges. I only wanted to show a different, more catastrophic even side of the challenges we face in Gdańsk. This is, of course, not Gdańsk, but Gdynia, so nearby. And the problem of landslides, which occur more often. And it's, of course, as I said, catastrophic to the infrastructure or for the common people. These areas are most often not urbanized, not populated, but still they pose a real threat to the people, to the community. And, well, my favorite side of the discussion, or maybe your favorite as well, which is development, private, developers buying areas in the city every few months, actually, another apartments, huge apartments are appearing in Gdansk. So there are much less unurbanized areas. They usually, take the places that were previously used as areas for the greenery, the grasses, the lands that were not populated. But then, at the same time, there is a threat of, being just totally concreted by these apartments. So even when they put parks on squares in these areas, the water management isn't sustainable. So it isn't working for the city. There are much less meadows, much less trees in the city. So the whole system of water management is failing. And where are we today? Not in what place. Where are we? In what kind of problems we are facing. I can observe, and if you're living in Gdańsk, you will probably observe it too, that over the past few years there has been an increased amount of different meetings, debates related with the climate change. So the change is here. I don't know if it's good enough or not, but still we can observe the changes in the debates, in the documents provided by the city, in the meetings by the local community, not only public sector but also private sector. So we do see the changes. When I researched the information for this event, I've read that in the city of Gdańsk there are currently over 40 or even 50 flowery meadows. I think it could be even more because I see it every day in different locations. They are appearing more often, and a part of their visual aspect, which is nice, of course. They're really important for the insects, butterflies, bumblebees, small mammals. They provide shelter, and of course they absorb CO2, they absorb dust, and help with the water management and level of groundwater. Over the past 4 weeks, along with the artists from Greece, from Scotland, and from Sweden, we've been working, we've been meeting with different people, different communities, different scientists, and it is a process. I know that Ivona said it was 4 weeks, which is a long time. We are thinking it is not even remotely enough. We've just started, so I think it will be prolonged even further. We've talked about it a lot, and we are happy with the results. But still, it is a change. It is evolvement that's important for the project. And when we are speaking about this project at our online meetings or here at this kind of labs in Gdańsk or previously, we are often using this sentence about only one drop can change the world or something like that. And I am okay with that. I think that also, what is that drop? Is the drop one person? Is the drop one event, one lab, one artist? I don't know what the amount is, but still I am okay with that, even if we as a whole project are only one drop in this ocean. I am fine. And I hope that you are fine with it too. Yeah, so thank you.
Please welcome Anais Rousseau from Artit in Evia in Greece.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I think I'm the newest member of the project. My name is Anais Rousseau. I'm here on behalf of Artit. It's the Greek partner of the Turning the Tide project. So today I'm going to share with you some words about our case study, the area of Evia. Evia is the second largest island of Greece, and it's placed in the center of the Greek region. So why did we choose this case study? After the wildfires of 2021 and 2023 that occurred during the summer, 50% of Evia's surface was burned. As a result, when the next autumn season, extreme weather conditions, extreme rainfalls occurred, there were no trees to keep the soil at its place. So the result was a biblical disaster, as it was described in the Greek news. People have never seen something similar. It was quite traumatic. It was all over the news. And so what happened? Villages were buried in mud, human and animals lost their lives. There were power cuts for many days, and even the rescue teams struggled to reach the flooded areas. Some of the challenges that Evia's people are still facing, of course, the agricultural damage. So olive groves and citrus orchards were devastated. The farmers lost their animals. They had to leave their properties, and of course, it impacted very heavily the local community. As we can imagine, Greece does not export many things nowadays. Olive oil is one of the things that we do export, so the economy was really impacted. About rebuilding and rehabilitation, people are still facing displacements. They have limited access to material and also psychological support, which it's much needed. The coastal erosion still threatens seaside communities, and of course there are public health concerns as there is an increased risk of vector-borne, foodborne, and waterborne diseases. Transportation disruptions as main roads and bridges collapsed and the whole infrastructure was quite damaged. It causes disruptions in transportations and maritime activities. Last but not least, the environmental degradation, of course, threatens freshwater sources and biodiversity. Our plan of activities. So we have already conducted a digital workshop, including our local artists. We had as a guest speaker Mr. Bofilatos for an introductory local urban lab session, focusing on research approach, proper documentation of findings, and the relation between art, sustainability, and social engagement. Also, the first part of the study tour in Evia was completed. We are going to have more in the close future. There, the artists had the opportunity to explore Evia, to see in first hand the challenges that the inhabitants are facing, learn more about Evia's history, landscape, and also the water management efforts. So we had an engaging 2 hours discussion with the mayor of Evia, who was still in shock, not only in a professional level, but also in a personal one, as he is an inhabitant of the island. Here we have gathered some of his quotes, as he says that the trauma is not the wildfire or the flood itself, it's that you can't feel safe, and the fact that the historically shaken trust in the state, the Greek state, collapses completely in such disasters. However, he says, I'm moved to say that I'm proud of the townspeople who, in the face of adversity, set aside in practice, not just in words, every disagreement and every point of opposition, big or small, to stand by each other and face the disaster united. Our upcoming plan of activities, we plan to realize a roundtable in order to have a constructive feedback for our local artists. Of course, unofficially, we have this feedback exchange weekly online, but we aim to have an official event for that. And also, after the completion of their work, to have presentations with the aim to involve a broader audience, of course, have all of you there. And most probably it's going to happen in the municipality of Evia after August. So the focus areas of our two artists are namely these four: response and recovery. So, among others, survival of the infrastructure and the people in the affected communities, social justice and equity, aiming to confront and dismantle social injustice and inequity through art, environmental conservation and restoration, aiming to trigger a sense of responsibility towards the protection of our living space and nature, and last, community resilience and adaptation, to evaluate how Evia's communities evolved after the storms. So this is it for now. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I invite Hanna Granlund from Intercult, Sweden.
Here. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Hanna Granlund. I work as a project coordinator at Intercult Sweden, and this is the presentation of the water challenges of Stockholm. We have chosen to focus on how climate, environmental change, and urbanization can affect drinking water in this region, and what the city is currently planning on to deal with it. Okay, let's see here. Which note is it? Oh, there we go. Yay, super. Okay, so Stockholm is a city located in an archipelago. An archipelago is a landscape of small to medium-sized islands, and Stockholm initially was founded on one central island and then expanded onto neighboring islands and to the surrounding land. Its urban expansion in the 20th century has been shaped mostly by the expansion of railway lines, bus and car traffic, and metro lines. This is ridiculous. There we go. Okay, so global climate change can affect local regions in many different ways. In Stockholm, we will mainly see the results in an increased yearly rainfall, which leads to both rising sea levels and increased risk of flooding, but also prolonged drought periods in the summer, leading to unusually low water levels. Despite this, Stockholm is currently not experiencing collective short-term risks in the access to drinking water. However, if we do not address these changes, we may have an increased unreliability of fresh water and drinking water, both for individuals, agriculture, and industry in the future. This leads me to one of our main subjects, Lake Mälaren. Mälaren is a regulated freshwater lake system, and it is the main source of drinking water in the Stockholm region. This is a very young lake. It was formed only about 900 years ago as a result of the post-glacial land rise in this region. About 2 million people currently rely on Mälaren for water, and the number is expected to grow to 3 million by 2040. Some of our current threats to drinking water include flooding, as previously mentioned. The excess rainfall will increase the risk of flood and soil erosion, which poses a threat to drinking water as it can contaminate water reservoirs. The second one is at warmer sea temperatures, in combination with increased fertilizer runoff and pollution, can lead to both increased levels of dangerous substances and also algae blooms in the lake, putting increased strain on water processing plants. And last but not least, the water level of Mälaren is currently only about 0.7 meters above sea level. If this difference becomes 0 or negative, salt water from the Baltic Sea may flood into Mälaren, which puts our source of drinking water into jeopardy. This leads me to our focus area and case. This is Slussen and Stadsgården. Slussen is a floodgate and water passage in central Stockholm, and Stadsgården is the neighboring harbor. You can see it on the map. Let's see here. Why would we choose this place? This place has been regulated for about 400 years, both to facilitate the passage of boats and later to facilitate water runoff in case of flooding. This reason is that it serves as a microcosm of the broader environmental challenges facing urban waterfronts. It plays a crucial role as a barrier between saltwater and freshwater in Stockholm, and it also serves as a pivotal connection point between two of the central islands. And in addition, it is a major transportation hub, both for pedestrians, bikes, metro and train lines, and bus lines. At the moment, this area is under reconstruction. See here. Could we move? There we go. Here you can see our previous traffic situation, generously called at Slussen. It was affectionately known as the Clover, and it was unaffectionately known as a number of other words, which I will not utter here. But this site is currently under reconstruction. Let's see here. Can we move? Thank you. So, this area is a construction site, and it will stay so for the next few years. In the meantime, this area is grappling with congestion, pollution, and ongoing noise. Yeah. But it is also an important focus point for how Stockholm is planning the long-term climate solutions. Which brings me to the new floodgate and boat passage, as Ivona mentioned previously. This one opened to the public only 2 weeks ago. One of its main points is to facilitate boat travel from the lake to the sea and vice versa, but also to facilitate walking on foot or bike between the islands. We are trying to make this area more friendly for pedestrians, simply. And, most exciting of all, underneath the walking boards, we are combining nature restoration and recycling. You see, an underwater passageway for fish has been constructed underneath one of the floorboards. And doing so, the city has reused stone blocks from a defense wall from the 1540s, as the rounded shape of these blocks slow down the flow of water and makes it easier for fish to travel from the lake to the sea and vice versa for the first time in centuries. All right. On the next slide, we will be able to see what Slussen is going to look like in a couple of years. Among other things, most of the traffic of buses and trains will be moved underground. Whether this is a solution to environmental issues or simply moving them away is a discussion for another day. So, despite this ongoing transformation and very fluid state of the area, we do have a number of cultural sites. cultural institutions like Stadsgårdsterminalen Culture Center and the exhibition center of Fotografiska contribute to the vibrancy of the area. However, the constant flow of traffic and limited pedestrian space in many areas create an interesting dichotomy between the cultural appeal and the practical accessibility. Next one. And what sort of art can you find in this area? The city is installing and planning to install public art exhibitions, including one underneath the newly opened Water Square. This exhibition combines archaeological findings that were dug up in connection with the reconstructions, together with artistic creations made from recycled materials. In addition, the Art Center, as I previously mentioned, tend to put up their own installations, sometimes on temporary building support that will eventually be demolished. So this is art that is in many ways as temporary as, well, the site itself. And last but not least, we have started focusing on this area during our local urban lab in the summer of 2024. We started in early May. Yeah, that is the beginning of May. This is the beginning, and we want to make an impact in this very transitional, changing environment. We want to intertwine artistic expression with environmental advocacy, and we aim to shed light on these very universal yet specific ecological challenges facing urban waterfronts like this one. Artists are going to explore themes of sustainability, resilience, and the delicate balance between human activity and nature. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bernd Herge and Peter Philippchak from the Wiener Bildungsakademie in Vienna in Austria.
Hello everybody, I'm Peter, for those who don't know me.
Hello, and Bernd Herger. We are from Vienna, the Wiener Bildungsakademie, which is the political academy of the Social Democratic Party in Vienna. And before we start with our main topic, we have again a quiz for you. And for those who were in Glasgow, I will look if you know the answers. So, who is that guy? No, come on. Napoleon, yeah, and there's a special Polish question. Who is that? Yes, Joseph Antoni Poniatowski, a Vienna-born Polish aristocrat, a general in the army of Napoleon. So, and what is that? It's an old-fashioned wind direction detector used at old airports. Who is that? No motorsport enthusiasts. This is Sterling Moss, a British Formula One driver. Who is that? That's me. And these two? Remy and Malise. So, what do they all have in common? Yeah, they worked or will work or live in Seestadt Aspern. Aspern is our point of focus in this project, but how do they work there? Napoleon and your Polish friend lost the Battle of Aspern against the Austrian-Hungarian army. The wind direction detector was used in the airport, which was on this side till the 1960s, 70s, which was the former Viennese airport. Sterling Moss won the only one Formula One race at this area. It was used for motorsport, but only once for Formula One. I lived there with my family and the Easter Bunny. And of course, Remy and Malise and the whole project of Turning the Tide will do their project and their mapping and the cultural things we are doing in this project in this area. But what is Seestadt Aspern? Seestadt Aspern is the biggest urban development area project in Europe at the moment. It is in the 22nd district of Vienna, and it's a new, completely new district or part of the town. And the name Seestadt, when you translate it, it's something like lake town. So in the middle of this new area is a big lake, which water comes from groundwater, which will be our main focus point for today. And another question, what has Seestadt and Poland may have in common beside your Polish general? Food. There is a company in Seestadt which makes Kärntner Kasnudeln, which I don't want to offend you, it's very similar to your pierogi. So when we do the meeting there, you will eat something very similar what we had yesterday. So a short timeline. It all started in 2009 when the decision to make this area were done, and in 2009, 2010, the master plan from Swedish architect Johannes Tobart were made, and you see the master plan on the left side. And in the end of all this, in 2030, 2040, there will be 45,000 people will live there. So at the moment, it's 12,000 people, but in the end, in some years, there will be 45,000 persons. So, and now it's your turn.
I'm here to talk about the challenges and the groundwater management in Seestadt Aspern. So, as most places in the world that are facing climate-related issues, heat is a problem, greenery and biodiversity is a problem, green spaces. However, we will be focusing on sustainable water management. This project is called Turning the Tide, and the city is called Seestadt, so that's what we will be talking about, especially focusing on groundwater, because a lot of the management that has been implemented there is groundbreaking. So first of all, I just wanted to kind of revamp and talk about the water cycle again. What is groundwater? So through evaporation and then rain, it lands on the ground, seeps through the ground, and then fills up large underground aquifers, where usually the water remains. Sometimes it gets sucked up to the surface by plants again, but in general, it often results in large underwater reservoirs, which can then be tapped and used for a lot of things. So why should we care? First of all, we use groundwater a lot. This picture is not in Vienna. This is actually in Saudi Arabia. I just thought it was a cool example. We use it a lot, and we prevent it from replenishing. So we prevent it from replenishing by paving surfaces and covering them in concrete or other non-permeable materials. And actually, the first time, so this does not only prevent groundwater levels from restoring, but it also prevents water from actually running off anywhere. So it leads to flash floods like we heard in Gdansk. And the first time we talked about this was a couple months ago in Glasgow. And since then, in June, we had another in the Dachraum, which in German is what we call the German-speaking world, so Switzerland, Austria, and Germany. We had another 100-year flood in the Dachraum area. So this is a 100-year flood is a flood that is so big that you expect it to only happen once in the span of 100 years, which gives it a 1% chance of happening. However, since the year 2000, this has been the 6th 100-year flood in the Dachraum. So essentially, maybe we have some mathematicians here, it's not a 100-year flood anymore, it's a 4-year flood at this point, which really shows us why we need to implement change and turn the tide now. So what does Seestadt Aspern do? First of all, they have a lot of more traditional methods of just not putting in parking lots, leaving green spaces, preventing cars, and therefore leaving a lot of areas, because on average, around a third of surface is just used for cars, which means it has to be paved So they completely tried to get rid of cars, therefore leaving a lot of green spaces, allowing water to seep off. They have the big lake, which not only collects water, but they also have a lot of ponds, which are very deep and not that wide, in order to collect rainwater as well. And they also built sponges in the ground. So a sponge is a pit, essentially, with a collection of rocks inside, with a diameter of around 35 centimeters. And these rocks create spaces in the ground, which then allows rainwater to run off way more efficiently than it would through soil. So it's not, you don't need electricity for it. It is literally just very round rocks. It's not groundbreaking, but it is something that's not been used and something that we have to use in the future. And I think that is something that we should all just keep in mind. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Everything's there. We just need to implement it. And thank you. That's it.
And the last speaker will be Liz Gardiner from Fable Vision in Glasgow in Scotland.
Thank you very much indeed. And yes, as Maya said earlier, I am an artist, a teacher and a cultural planner, so can only really speak from my own experience. I also don't know a huge amount about the science of climate change, but can see clearly where it has an impact. And in Glasgow and in Scotland, for many decades, we've been pioneering, I suppose, interventionist artistic work that tries to change narratives. One of our earliest ones, where people were moved from the centre of the city out into the outlying areas with new build housing, which turned out to be damp, and local people working with artists, taking control of their own narratives and changing their places and spaces for themselves. So our local urban lab in Turning the Tide really started about 10 years ago, where we were working in Govan in Glasgow, which is a post-industrial, post-shipbuilding area of the city, where the Govan graving docks have been lying derelict for several decades. Professor Stephen Driscoll said of Govan that Govan has had 2 eras of greatness, and that's 2 more than most places. The Galgale Trust and other third sector organisations who've tried to take the place into their own hands and change the narrative. This is the River Clyde, which before shipbuilding was a fordable crossing in the medieval stages, where we can see the Moot Hill at the crossing, the fordable crossing. The River Clyde was unblemished and able to be crossed by armies. Govan is full of heritage and history. These are the Govan stones. This is Govan Old Church, where the stones are located. The second era of greatness was the shipbuilding era, where in this period, the River Clyde was dredged and the depth made much, much deeper. This was the fordable crossing turned into a ferry crossing. And our links with Gdansk started in 2017, when we started to explore the links between Glasgow, Govan, and Jimmy Reid, who was the leader of the Clydeside, the Red Clydeside protests at the closure of the yards, and Lech Walesa here in Gdansk with the solidarity movement. And the leftovers of that shipbuilding era have been not only the poverty and the desolation of the people of Govan, but also the leftovers of the industrial heritage. Unfortunately, our city council has sold most of the land along the River Clyde to private development. And as you can see, most of the river has been developed with these very high-rise, a bit like Gdansk, these high-rise concrete blocks with only some undeveloped places along. This is where the Govan graving docks are. And as Moya and others have pointed out, these concrete blocks and their surrounds with concrete destroy the runoff, destroy the ability of the water to either filter away or to replenish itself. So the early work between Govan and Gdansk started with the University of the West of Scotland. We had cultural exchanges, we had artist residencies, always accompanied by symposia like this, always discussing the issues. This one was Tara Bell, who was looking at the women in the shipyards together in Gdansk and Govan. And both of our cities had similar issues with private interests and no overview, private ownership, and both places rich with tangible and intangible cultural heritage, but in danger of being destroyed and by these private developments. Our campaigns, our artistic interventions led to the stopping of the building of 750 high-rise flats on Govan graving docks, which was what the private developer was proposing, but what next was the question. We've got all these wonderful possibilities along the Clyde, but they're not linked. We've got show people families who live there, who are being moved from their land, partly because of flooding, but mainly because of the developments, the private development, the private developers wanting to build high-rise flats on them. So our collaboration between Govan and Gdansk introduced us to the River Cities Network, and we developed a wider research program, which was called Memory of Water. And that has in turn shown us that our shared problems around climate change deserved further investigation. And from there, Turning the Tide has developed. And our own Jimmy Reid says that to unleash the latent potential of our people requires that we give them responsibility. And I have a deep-seated belief that in order to solve any of our problems, including climate change, we need to support local people to make those decisions and take their own narrative and their own places into their own hands. Thanks.
We will now move to a block called How Gdansk Adapts and Reacts to the Risk of Water Crisis. And we will have 3 speakers here. Mr. Ryszard Gajewski, president of Gdańskie Wody, Gdańsk Waters, a company managing water resources in Gdańsk. Then we will have Natalia Grzymała, ecology educator and social activist from Wild Urban Moat NGO, and at the end, Joanna Reis from Zieleniarium, Association of Landscape Architecture. Each speaker will have around 20 minutes, and then if we have time, we will have questions from the audience. I will manage the microphone.
Hello, everyone. It's very difficult to speak after all these brilliant presentations, but I try to present you how we are trying to adapt to climate change in Gdańsk. Actually, last week we had a big Polish conference in this building, which was also about retention and adapting to climate change, and I'm still a bit tired. I feel tired. So let's start from the a little bit of history. So we had in 2001 we had a big flood in Gdańsk. So it was several hours rain, and so with a amount of about 150 millimeters during the day. So we had a lot of damages because of this event. And so this situation happens also 15 years later. But because of, in the meantime, Gdańsk has built some water reservoirs, water retention reservoirs, so the damages were not so big, but still you see the photos are quite, yeah, they show that the situation was really difficult. And also, so we have, let's say, two main scenarios of rain events. So these events with many hours rain. So in 2017 we had even 40 hours rain with also amount 100, about 150, 140 millimeters. But we have also new scenarios with a very short but intense events. So, for example, in half an hour we have about 30 or 40 millimeters of rain, and it causes very local problems. So we started to think what we can do, how we can more adapt to that situation. So, and this is very important to understand that adapting to climate change means some kind of also adjustment to the situation. So we have to, because we face the change in our environment, so we have to also change our behavior. So we formulated some goals, what we have to achieve. So first of all, because of drainage system was overloaded, so we want to relieve the rainwater system. We want to stop and delay the flow, and retain as much water as possible to the place it rains. So we also wanted use the city greenery for as a solution, and use nature-based solutions to that. So the previous approach was, we can say very shortly, get rid of the water. So very fast collection of rainwater and very quick drainage through the drainage system, and then to water, to streams, and other water reservoirs. So and then we formulated new approach. So with using city greenery. So the idea is to use the greenery to stop and delay the flow, and only this excess rain is going to go to rainwater drainage system. And at the basis of this new approach, so we formulated the idea of 3 levels of rainwater management system in Gdańsk. With the first level, so the first level is to stop the rain as close as possible, the place it rains. The second level is an urban system, and the third level, crisis management. So the first level, in the first level, it is concentrated on property area, and so we demand from all investors, property owners, to collect at least 30 millimeters of rains at the property, and only so we allow only excess rain to go to the rainwater system. So in order to show designers and investors what can do, so we started by ourselves to build such solutions as rain gardens, biosways, retention parks, as demo sites. And the second level of the system, so collects all the water which is overflow from this first level, so all excess water from the first level, and this system consists of drainage system and water reservoirs, water retention reservoirs, and we have in Gdańsk over 50 such reservoirs, and you can see they are designed in a way that they look like ponds or small lakes. They don't look like some, say, concrete reservoirs. And the third level of a system is you can have it always, because you know, it's always could be rain bigger than the possibility of retention system. So so this level, this is concentrated on a quick response of city services and the protection of buildings, protection of people properties. This system is supported by water monitoring system, which is in fact triple city system. So this is the system which works in Gdańsk, Gdynia, and Sopot, and we have over 100 stations with measuring of quantity of rain and water levels in streams and reservoirs. So we started changes in 2018, 2019, and also together with Joanna Rice, which is one of the next speakers. We started. We were cooperating at the time, and now we can say that the effect of the system is that we estimate that it's designed about 70,000 cubic meter of green retention in Gdańsk yearly. This is a huge, this is a very, very big amount. This is we can compare it to one of the biggest our water reservoirs yearly. And we have over 150 locations in Gdańsk where such solutions are implemented. At the end, some photos, because now all investments, they have to include such solutions. So these are photos of last road investments, city investment. You see these solutions are implemented at all types of investments. Also, so I will show you two projects with the revitalization of old buildings and also in the surrounding area. These rain gardens were implemented to collect water, for example, from parking place. So this is the next revitalization of old spa house very close to the beach area. And very new investments. So this is a big waste incineration plant, which is going to start operation in next month, and also this rain gardens were implemented. So thank you for your attention.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Mr. Gajewski? Yes.
I'm Gdańsk citizen, so I have some questions concerning your practice, and I would like to ask if you have your company, Gdańsk Waters. Do you cooperate with ZDZ, the management of waters and greenery? So because of course I know the realizations that you have just showed us about designing the retention places with greenery, and it costs a lot of money, of course, and it's great to do it. But at the same time, in Gdańsk we have a lot of greenery that is already existing, and also meadows. And right now it's rather very dry, and sometimes we have these rains, unexpectable, and etc. And I think we need very much this greenery, which is wild, and it's already growing. And I live in Strzyża, and there we have very high meadows or grass and white flowers just growing by themselves. They're not designed. And just today I was walking with my dog, and suddenly last day I was thinking it's great that the city doesn't cut this high greenery. Today I went for a walk with the dog, and they came with machines to cut everything, and it's terrible. Why don't you cooperate with them, saying, please don't cut them, because they are precious. They worked for the system, for this. They really protect our city from the danger of sudden rainfall, etc.
Okay, yeah, you're right. But we are cooperating, of course, with GZDZ, and in order to combine this to the policy of maintenance of greenery and the policy of retention, and so about this cutting the grass, so in 2020, the city started the new policy, because before it was cut I think 4 times a year. Now it has changed. Now it is about, as far as I know, 2 times. So you have to, I don't know the details about their standard now, but they adapted to a new, let's say, to a new policy. Yeah, because when it's, of course, when it's high and not cutted, it is have more capacity to collect rainwater. Yeah, but so as far as I know, the policy is adapted. But of course, it's always difficult to evaluate where is the first time you are cutting a year. So, for example, at this conference we were speaking last year, this was also the subject of discussion because there are also some other, let's say, I don't know how to say it, but there also, you have to include many reasons. You have to include many different arguments, and to start where is the first time to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi. I don't really have a question, but a couple of days ago we visited around Foothole, some of those tiny reservoirs, I would say, or retentions, and I really enjoyed that scale. That also at such a tiny scale, we are capable of holding the water a bit longer before we let it go into our drainage system. And for me, it was a very beautiful example of all the little bits and pieces on a smaller scale that together might form a bigger solution. So I just wanted to say that it's not only big scale and huge projects, but all those little bits also helped. So yeah, wanted to say something positive too.
Yeah. I must say that this is the idea. The idea is not to create 1 or 2 rain gardens in the city as a, let's say, demo project, but the idea is to have them hundreds in the city, so they create bigger scale in that way. Yeah?
Yes, I have the microphone. Hello, thank you for the interesting presentation. I was really amazed that this big conference about the water retention took place just for 1 week ago, and now we are here. So I have a question or a reflection about the cross-sectorial collaboration. At that conference, did you have people from different parts of the city, like even the cultural department or artists, like we are having you here?
I'm not sure if the culture or artists, yeah, but for sure, this conference is in something between different how to say, organizations. So we had people from waterworks. We had people from the departments dealing with the city greenery, dealing with roads, and some also working as in departments on environment. So in a way, we in a conference really these people can talk together, because these solutions you cannot. The company, as our company, which deals with rainwater system, cannot do it by ourselves only. So we have to cooperate to implement such system.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, since we don't have Natalia Grzymała, I hope she will come, but she's a bit late. Can I ask you, Joanna, to be a speaker now? So that's information for you, Marek. Pani Joanna Reis. Thank you so much, and sorry for that.
Hi, hello. I'm after operation, so my spine operation. So yeah, I hope I will manage to stay for 20 minutes. I will take you with me in tiny Pendolino travel because I've got a lot to say and just 20 minutes. So and my English is not too perfect. So, but I try and I do my best. So I would like to say something additional to what just before said Richard, because he said about these 3 scales of water management in the city scale, and I will say how we as the designers, because I'm a landscape architect from Zieloniarium Rice Group and also academic teacher in Academy of Fine Arts in Gdansk, and I will try to show you how I, as a designer, try to manage this rainwater in the scale of one single property by the investor. So my design methodology, is based on the ecosystem services, which we can have only when we have an ecosystem. We won't have ecosystem services when we won't have an ecosystem. And it's a common failure, in my opinion, that very often I hear about ecosystem services and I can see that someone who is telling about ecosystem services is showing, for example, concrete reservoirs or underground boxes, plastic, for example, for water storing, and saying that ecosystem services, green infrastructure, etc. Green infrastructure, from the definition, is an ecosystem. Ecosystem is a key part of green infrastructure. There is no green infrastructure when we don't have ecosystem. And in my opinion, we very often forget what is this ecosystem. Ecosystem is not only biocenosis and biotope. It's not structure of an ecosystem, this living and non-living part, but more important in functional of the ecosystem is the flow of matter from the organic form to inorganic form. Only ecosystem can do this, and we need this functioning not only because we want to adapt to climate change and mitigate it, but we need it also for our living. We need oxygen, of course, but why do we need oxygen? For breathing, but exactly for burning carbon in organic form. And this carbon in organic form we can have only when we have ecosystems. So ecosystems are the answer for all of our problems in the earth. And in my observation, we very often lose this point of view, this crucial part of designing a green infrastructure. And the structure of green infrastructure, this organic matter, this carbon in organic form is very crucial. Yes, we breathe the oxygen for burning organic form of carbon from our food. This is crucial part, and we have this organic form made by biocenosis, by plants. We need the plants in the cities in ecosystem forms because we need organic form of carbon, and this organic form of carbon is also related totally related with retention of water in our world, because as much we have organic form of carbon in the soil is more sponge type. The pits, the bogs, the wetlands have the ability to retain the water only because there is a lot of organic carbon inside. The peat is a carbon, but in organic form. So this is crucial issue for me as a designer, to search and to look for the forms of investigation, for the forms of flower beds, etc., to make some kind of vaccines of ecosystems, to have year by year more organic form of carbon inside in the soil. The soil is for me crucial issue. And of course, as we shown before, the water cycle, the crucial part for this point of view is also carbon cycle and nitrogen cycle, which are crucial for functioning of the ecosystems. And what most important, the key part of the ecosystem for the carbon cycle are plants, because they are producing for us this organic form of carbon, and nitrogen. For this part, the bacteria are most important. So there is no soil, there is no living soil without bacteria. The sterilized city, where we have only gravels and stones in the rain garden, is not efficient enough, because it's not ecosystem. Ecosystem have to have these bacteria, these microbes, fungus, etc., to work, to do the cycle of nitrogen. So these are my considerations, and I always, where I design anything, I have this in my mind, in my head, and my design methodology is based on this surface urban retention system as a part of urban green infrastructure in each and every scale, from this tiny wetland, as we heard before, like this in the middle, the tiny rain garden made by my mother, and she even didn't know that this is a rain garden, and this big scale. We need them all as ecosystems in the earth forms totally different types of plant associations and ecosystem types. So, and in this idea, for me, the more important parts from the engineering point of view is hydrological compensation in the investment micro-catchment. I calculate very easily micro-catchment of my plot where I do the design. Surface land engineering, loss in the water balance in the micro-catchment as the result of ecosystem processes, and gaining continuity of this. This is potential for this kind of thinking, like about the water, this surface urban retention systems as a system of veins in our body, and this multi-scales of potential of multi-scales give us possibility to gaining the continuity of the city's green system, green infrastructure, thanks to creating connections between the fragmented elements, especially along roads, streets, etc., and we can do this in the various scales. I was inspired. It's not something brand new which I was invented. People do this kind of retention and watering the crops for thousands of years. So this, for me, is the inspiration is capillary seepage watering and soil soil retention and soil regeneration, because the soils in the cities are totally wasted and degenerated. And this is the biggest problem. It's not the problem that we have only, because very often we hear that the main problem in the cities is that the water doesn't coming in the ground. Not only, in my opinion, the bigger problem is the generation of the soils, and the soils have no ability to retain in soil water. Normally, healthy soil have an ability to retain 30% of the water in 1 cubic meter or something, and in the degraded soil, there is no potential. So in 1 cubic meter of the healthy soil, we can have 300 of liters of water, just only inside the healthy soil. When the soil is degraded, there is no potential of retention. And this is also something which I don't hear enough in the discussion of problems with the retention and greenery in the cities. So SERS and I treat this my SERS as a kind of irrigation systems. Goal, hydration of the fertile soil layer. So I build this forms of my SERS mainly in the organic layer and humus layer of the soil, so 30 centimeters, sometimes 40 centimeters, very hardly ever 50. And I search for retention capacity, and I calculate liters, cubic meters of water in my tiny holes. So I design tiny holes. I'm a hole designer. And of course, this system of connected tiny holes gradually reduce rainwater pollution, flow rate, and runoff volume. So I try to connect each of the hole which I design to make the whole system, whole system of the holes. And the case study is related with Montownia, which was mentioned before. I will try to show you the example of Doki investment, which, as I know, would be possible to see in the in our walk in the 2 days in the future. So Doki investment is located in Gdansk, port city, we know. And very important, the former Gdansk shipyard recently inscribed in the UNESCO World Heritage. So this is cultural heritage, is very important there because of the legacy of the solidarity movement, because the legacy is there very huge. And there is not only legacy of solidarity, I must say, because the history of this part of the city is very around from the 12th century, I suppose. And the name of the young city of Gdańsk is driven from that part, so it's not young city, I must say. And the scale of the investments are the building there and the old building of Montownia. So one building with the quite big heritage, this old factory of parts for U-boats, and new development around it, made by 2 investors and 4 architects. And I was only one designer who was common for each of these 4 designs. So this heritage and historical heritage trail, which we can see around there. So these are visualization, and we can see also the Montownia. So this compositional and spatial guidelines were very important, especially because we have here example of very high very high intensity of the development, tiny streets, very little space for. Oh, thank you very much. Very little space for the greenery, etc., etc., and this industrial heritage also. And in the first place, I've heard that you won't design there any greenery because it is post-industrial areas, and there was no greenery, for example. So I had to deal with the conservation office quite long to try convince them that it's not true. The workers of the shipyard didn't cut any with Roundup or something else, any greenery. It was growing there spontaneously. And this form, which form we should have there in the landscape architecture point of view. So should we think about something like Hafen City, Hamburg? And I was convinced that no, because for me there is no greenery there. It's too concrete. Or should we go maybe more in this, like this post-industrial German parks like Emscher Park, etc. And we cannot go in this way because we have there still operating harbor, still operating shipyard. We are unique for this reason because we got their post-industrial areas, but also they are really shortly connected with still operating shipyard. And this was picture which I showed to the conservator office to show that the greenery was there, and we need it like this, for example, because this is uniqueness of this shipyard. And this is also the proof that we have the very high ground of water level, high flooding risk, old failure drainage system, which are now renovated, but we have this drainage system under the level of the sea level. So where we have too much water, we have to pump this, and sometimes we can have a problem with this. So we need to have a place for our rainfall, which we have there. So this is also this picture which I showed to conservatory office to show this greenery which there exists. And this was my inspiration for surfaces. Yes, and these two basic types of greenery composition which was existing there. So this type of succession, natural plant succession, this nature ecosystem greenery, and this greenery in the geometrical composition made by poplar trees, these italic ones, tall, very characteristic for this part of the city. And conservator office finally agreed and let me do this. Even he let me to make the green roof on this historical building. So it was really fantastic. It took me a while, but it was worth it. Yes, these are my considerations, landscape analysis, landscape designs, etc., and visualizations. And this is master plan of whole Doki mixed-use development master plan. So we consider this Montownia food hall, Doki living with the apartments, apartments, and part of offices, which I'm not still sure if it still works. There is the Solidarity Place and a building of this Solidarity ECS, European Solidarity something, yes, yeah. And old place for the safety issues from the shipyard, old shipyard, Gdansk shipyard parts. So this is main condition for me, which Richard told, and I tried to deal with this water from the level 1, so I had to find a place for the water, for the 30 liters of water flowing from the each of square meter urbanized area, not green area. So this artificial area, not only concrete, but even gravel. For me, this is the same. This is artificial, not ecological. So I have divided whole my plot for this micro catchment areas related to each and every tiny hole, tiny hole, or sometimes not hole, as you will see in a minute. And I was calculated very precisely how much water do I have from the flow, from these hard surfaces, and how much space for the water in my hole do I have. And I had to, in this whole system, I had to be on the zero, at least. So this is example of my calculation, exactly calculations made by my employee Jola, who is sitting there. Yes, because Jola was a designer of this place with me and Martyna, who isn't here today. And this ecological part. Ecosystem is for me the main picture which I have always in my mind. So I try to mitigate and I try to follow the structure of natural plant communities, totally different because there are totally different kinds of pots, bogs, wetlands, etc., grown by totally different kinds of plant associations, and I try to take the best for my purposes and try to make a proper plant selection to have a grow. And I know also that ecosystem is not just only structure, not only object, but this is a process. So I also take in my consideration the process, the change, which should happen there. The plant communities there can change in 1 year, in 2 months, even sometimes. There will be new plants which will come to my design, and some plants which I have took there maybe will die. It's natural plant succession, it's ecosystem, it should be like this. So my design also is the design with plant flower beds and plant beds, etc., etc. And this is one example of one concrete artificial wetland, which, because I couldn't make it infiltrate because it's too close to the walls of old building, so we made some kind of doniczka? Pot, yeah, some kind of big pot, and calculate how much water can I have there, taking into consideration the overflow. So I wanted to have at least, for example, 10 centimeters or 15 centimeters, as much as I needed to achieve my goals. And of course, we do implant the projects, and we do planting plants also in the winter time, because it's like that. So this is during, and you can see this overflow here, and different type of plant communities based on the natural ecosystems. And this is how it works. So this is overflow from the roof, and it goes to this pot. And as you can see in the spot, I've got also even the trees. So this is quite big pot. And this is just after, I suppose half an hour after heavy rain from the last year. It was between July and August. We had 2 times 30 millimeters of the rainfall in time of 2 hours, so 60 millimeters together. And I have come there just after, and it looked like this. So there where I wanted to have a water, it is. And this is infiltration rain garden, and rain garden or rain flower bed or whatever, and surfaces are quite dry. So I also I try to be faster. I also design all green roofs. Green roofs can also work as an ecosystem. It's just it's just an issue how I will design it, and how investigator will build it. So these are examples, and these are rain gardens on the roof. Under this, this is a garage. There are cars inside. So yes, so this is green roof. Planting in the January, I suppose. Just after planting, last summer, different kinds of green roof. This is also green roof. This is green roof. These are two types of green roof, depending on the condition, etc. And this is rain garden, only one in docky living part, which is on the ground. So it can naturally infiltrate, and this is the last part of whole system. And overflow to the city system is made there. And this is after this heavy rain. You saw how rain gardens looked, and this is inflow to the drainage city. There were water stays. It is unable to get a water because of a lot of issues. So still green roofs, green roof, different types of green roofs, and these are detailing, flowers, different types. And this is my favorite example because this big leaves, this flower, this plant with these big leaves, came there by itself. So this is how this succession works. I try to cooperate with nature, with ecosystem, and I'm totally happy when something like that is happening. I love it. Also sometimes try to find not obvious issues to deal with, surfaces to have as much function as is possible. So under these are growing plants, and there is also a rain garden, and we can walk through it, making no harm to the plants. And last short film, how it works. It is just made 1 week ago. So overflow from the roof, and a lot of artificial wetland. This is type of artificial wetland with 30 centimeters of soil there, and overflow because it was quite big rain. So this is everything from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I was super curious about the rooftop gardens in particular, as one of the purposes of like redirecting rain from the roof is not just the risk of like water leaks, but also to get the weight of the water away from the rooftop. So that's something you take into consideration when you do these rooftop gardens.
Yeah. Yes, I have in my consideration a lot of course conditions. That's why also the diversity of the forms of green roofs, which I have shown you, also is related with different conditions and different functions which I want to have there. Also, sometimes, very often even, conditions related to construction issues because of the weight, etc., etc. So everything, when I'm dealing with green roofs, I'm a part of, it's a part of the building. Green roof is a totally part of the building, so I have to cooperate very closely with architects, with constructors of this building, and I'm a very close part of it. We are designing from the beginning, from the scratch together this building, and then we can, just then we can have we can maximize the retention capacity and also the potential of ecosystems made there, this diversity of ecosystems, because I always look for diversity. This is my main role. So I try to connect being an engineer, because I'm quite a little bit water dealing engineer, with my ecologist part of heart, and I try to connect these two issues, this biodiversity and ecosystem issues, and this retention part. So it is the best to connect them. We can have the best results then.
I have a question about the infiltration area. Like you pointed out, there is a lot of industrial contamination in the areas like that. Did you have to exchange all the topsoil?
Yeah. There was a regeneration before the investigation. According to these plans from the municipality, it should be done. The cleaning of the contaminated water should be done before the investigation, yes.
Do you also do it in form of remediation?
I would like, but I couldn't have an opportunity. It is in Gdansk not common practice to make phytoremediation, and I'm really upset with it. I don't know any example. More, I know examples when there are cutted trees in something like existing park, because the municipality plan give the obligatory to clean the soil. It's something totally stupid, and I'm really I would like to have a possibility to cooperate with phytoremediation of contaminated soil, I must say. Big issue in Gdańsk. Because this is typical brownfield. Yes.
Thanks. I'm in charge of the evaluation for Turning the Tide, and I noticed one of the images that you showed was of an artist residency that took place during Memory of Water, where one of the artists replanted one of the sites on the shipyard area, and I wondered if that had been an inspiration for you.
It was a very big inspiration for me. I loved to because landscape architect should be also a little bit an artist. So I always search for these artistical inspirations. It was very important for me.
So we can quote that in our report. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I actually noticed the same. I have been there as well.
Yeah.
It was
very big inspiration,
by Tara Beale from Scotland, and we have been there. Everybody has been there, and the reason was that on the area of shipyard there was an orchard. So the workers of the shipyard, they were planting tomatoes, flowers, vegetables. It was like quite a big organization around that orchard, and our part of the project was greening the shipyard.
Yeah, I can even show you where it was. In this place, there is a project for docky office, which will maybe change, but there is planned also to make there some urban not allotments, but these tiny places for citizens to have vegetables, and also greenhouses as a legacy of this orchard.
Exactly. But what I was thinking about during your presentation, you are working with the revitalization, right?
Yeah.
And this is also creating artificial pots in new establishments, in new developed places. Agnieszka mentioned the meadows, which are there already in different places, which are being cut by the authorities, I don't know, service organizations, and this is some kind of contradiction. We are getting rid of the meadows, but we are planting artificial gardens, and how to combine this development to both parts, to keep the meadows where they are, or just to create the meadows. It's also artificial, but still a meadow.
Each meadow we have that here in our world are artificial, I must say, because the natural process of plant succession in Poland makes ecosystems to gather forests. So when we want to have a meadow, we have to cut them. We can have the animals to grease them, but when we won't have animals, when we won't have cows and sheep in the cities, we have to cut meadows once or maximum twice a year. But at least this forms which I design need cutting, not neat, but it could be cutted once a year, but in the very early spring, where nothing there lives, and it's looking dead and dry because this meadow plants are dying for the winter time. So the best time for cutting is very late autumn or very early spring. This is the best time for cutting, and because when we want to have more biodiversity, we need to also cut the meadows. But best for the biodiversity, it's not cutting everything. The best, and this one of the way to connect it and to let it make it better is to cut with this mosaic type. So cut a little bit here, a little bit there, and leave something here, something there. This is hard for the workers. Very often not professional workers. We don't deal with greenery in they don't have a knowledge, etc. So this is the difficulty, because ecosystems and biodiversity also needs totally diverse forms of dealing with it, and this is the hardest part. But this is something which we have to think how to make it.
Yeah. It's a great example for Seestadt, I think, in Austria. There were new developments even there. I must just thank you for the inspiration. I have seen one of your first pots, I think, or holes in the ground in Wrzeszcz in 2019 when we have been here with Memory of Water, and now 150. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Ivona, and I'm here thanks to you. So it's very my pleasure, and thank you for this. And this orchard garden were here. Yes.
Okay. Peter.
Yeah, you have fantastic voice, so you can talk. Mainly the heritage and these conservatory issues are the most important part. Very often I hear that this is impossible to make ecosystems in old towns, old cities, and I show them this example because this was made together with conservatory office. Very hard conservator. It was the former conservator Igor Strzok, very famous in area. And I did it. So we were trying to find the solution. I'm a designer. This is my goal, to find the best solution I can have. So I'm trying to do this until I found it. I never give up.
Thank you very much, Joanna. We will...
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will have a walk with Joanna Reis, a walk in the shipyard. Should I help you? A walk in the shipyard on Thursday. If anybody outside of our international group is interested in that, just please let me know. And now I invite Natalia Grzymała, the ecology educator and member and co-founder of Wild Urban Mode.
Hello, my name is Natalia. I'm a local activist and I'm trying to take care of the things which I have behind my window. And actually, 5 minutes walking from my home, I have this view which I think is incredible. But you also can have this view because if you walk just 15 minutes from here, you will get to the city mode, which is also called Motława Flow. Historically, city mode is a complex of ramparts from the 17th century. One of the few perfectly preserved fortifications in Poland. It's a monument to the art of engineering, classified as a class 0 monument. But to these days, only the softer part has survived. Actually, it's a six of the ramparts. It's worth to mentioning that topographically, the moat is on the edge of the city, and actually until now, this left part of the city is a district called Olszenka, and it's a city flood plain. Generally, I don't know, did you pay attention, but if we take a look for the Gdansk city map, we can notice that city center of Gdańsk is not in the city center of Gdańsk, is also on the edge. This creates the great condition for nature to develop. And this is kind of the current picture, because over the years, an ecosystem has developed here that impresses with its biodiversity. What kind of interesting thing we have here? Oh, okay, this should be later. First, we have more than 90 species of the birds. All of them are documented by the activists. What's a pity though, we really would like to collaborate with the City with That, and in 2021 we made this petition to make this area protected, and we are still searching how protected this area will be. So we have this 90 species of the birds, and we have also in that bastion, it's Saint Gertruda Bastion, the biggest hibernaculum of the bats in Gdańsk. This picture on the right side, this is the counting of the bats which are sleeping during the winter time. This year it was 103 bats counted there. Motława River is also habitat for beavers. We counted the 6 species of amphibians, wild pollinators, plenty of insects. And this is how it looks from the drone. This right island, we called it Cormorant Island because there is a dry tree with the cormorants on it, and it's really, really beautiful. Also, because the Mot lava flow is connected with the sea, sometimes happening surprises like this. But actually, I saw already a couple of times jellyfish when I was kayaking. But this seal was kind of the sensation last year. But also, because we are right next to the city center, the city moat, the surroundings of the city moat are subject to enormous investment pressure. Just on the top, there is an area where 1,000 new apartments are to be built. In addition, this plot on the right side of the river also will be built. The investment pressure will certainly restart in recreation being relocated to the city moat area, and it means the human pressure, and the human pressure, anthropopression, leads to the loss of biodiversity. Of course, we believe that maybe it doesn't happen, but we will see. So, we have the perfect place to create a wild enclave in the heart of the city. It has a regulated local development plan because on the area of the moat, there is nothing can be built. It is located on the edge of the city. Wildlife already exists there. It's just enough to not destroy it, and we're supposed to help existing species. Okay, but theory is one and life is another. Here we have investment which was happening 4 years ago, and actually it's finished just in April this year. It's reconstruction of the flat dike. Unfortunately, I don't have any photos how it looks like when the trees were already there. This is one of the places which we call no place, like the place which doesn't lead actually anywhere, because now there is a path. Now it looks like this. And before it was also the wild enclave full of bushes and trashes. It's difficult to question investment that affects our security because anyway it's a security investment. There are two theories about the flood dike. One allows trees to grow, the other no, and we choose this option. I spoke to a man who was planted this tree when he was a boy, and he was really surprised how noisy it became after the felling, and how much noise from the road to Warsaw could now be heard in his house, because road to the Warsaw is just right behind this building. Okay, another investment that may appear to be a difficult combination of nature and city is revitalization, which starts 1.5 years ago. At first glance, the investment does not interfere with nature. It's merely renewal of the surface, of hiking trails, new lighting, and the small infrastructure for recreation. During the investment, however, the natural aspects of the moat was not taken into account, either in the planning or implementation. No natural inventory was made, so actually we don't know how many amphibians, how many birds, how many insects are less or more after the revitalization. And funny thing is that in 2020, Environmental Department of Gdansk City Hall commissioned a study of places that should be protected in Gdańsk, and one of these places supposed to be Bastion Saint Gertruda, due to its scenic vegetation and above mentioned bad hibernaculum. Here I have the English version. But unfortunately, half of the natural value from the study no longer exists. The turf of the bastion has been demolished along with the unique vegetation. It is also not entirely clear how the lighting will affect the population of bats living in the moat. The lights have not been consulted with scientists involved in the protection of bats in the area. We don't know how the light pollution will affect other species, not only bats, but birds or insects. The further examples of revitalization, the distance between the sidewalk and the tree trunks was not maintained, and the root ball was likely damaged. Actually, we will see this in a couple of years, because the things like roots, it's not for now, it's like we will notice in years. During the investment, on the right side, the habitat of amphibians was destroyed. For a builder, it's just earth to dig in. For a naturalist, it is a wealth of biodiversity that has been destroyed. It was only after our intervention that fences were erected to prevent amphibians from entering to investment area. Another example, for no reason, the windfall of a 12-year-old tree was pulled out of the water. It was a feeding ground for birds and a biodiversity hotspot. The Department Environment had previously promised that this tree would remain in the water, but the workers saw the fallen tree and consider it unnecessary element which clutters the landscape. And here a kind of funny example of ecosystem interdependencies. Beavers have eaten this 100-year-old hawthorn trees. Actually, this is also kind of the symbol of the of this area, because they have thorns and they were used as a protected trees. And why the beavers eat them? Because other smaller trees were felled as part of green space maintenance. The trees were felled as a part of the revitalization to expose these hawthorn trees. So this is the paradox, that they cut the other trees to expose this one, and the beavers haven't anything to eat, and they eat this. And actually this shows the problem of how to keep biodiversity, how to keep wilderness in Gdańsk. Because without a strong environmental department, there will be no wilderness in the city. Our environmental department depends on the other departments, which are kind of the more important when we are thinking about the nature or the development. Development always comes first. We do not have a city unit that sees and protects the nature. There will be no wilderness in the city without cooperation with local NGOs and experts. Sometimes they have a different vision of the city, but we have to remember that the city is always a compromise. The other thing which is needed is education, and this is what we are doing with the group of the Wild City Malt. We are doing the nature walks, and we are trying to show the potential of this area. And we are going to the edge. Here I have two researches which indicating that biodiversity is linked to the urban well-being. Like we can tell that wilderness in the city means better physical and mental health. It means higher biodiversity. It means better adaptation to climate crisis. It means more resilient city. And in times of climate crisis and biodiversity crisis, there is no doubt that wilderness is needed in the city. The city has enormous power to shape space and thus to shape our habits and the way we spend our leisure time. We can make a grill or we can watch the birds. This is also how the city shapes our habits. And this is like you can choose what you prefer. I prefer this image, but I kind of understand the people who prefer ordered space, lightened space. But we have to remember that design of the city is always a compromise, and this compromise, in that compromise there is a room for wild nature in the city. We just have to name it and we have to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Do you have any questions? Remy.
Thank you for your presentation. We were lucky to live for 6 weeks, I think quite close to where you live, like on 1 minute walking from the bastions Gertrudi and Czubere. And my question is, we've seen the presentation of Joanna Rice before your presentation, and I can imagine, of course, it would be a compromise, as you just said, but could you imagine that the ecosystem thinking that we have seen in the previous presentation and then the small-scale interventions could also be, well, maybe not a savior, but some kind of solution for keeping or even enhancing biodiversity within the city?
Yeah, this is... It's funny because I think that Asia will be a designer of one of the garden space in one of the investments which I show you. We will see. It will happening in like 5 years. But like there is no choice. It has to like. Of course, there is a space for that. But with this area. Like this area already exists, it's already here. And how it will change, it depends from us and from the city. And I gave you this example as the example of the revitalization, because sometimes really small things has to be done to not destroy the nature. And because we don't have the conscience of the nature, I have this feeling that our nature education doesn't exist. Like, we are living in a system where nature doesn't count. Like, nature doesn't bring money. Investment for a city are very important also because they are bringing money itself, and keeping area and not doing anything there, is not keeping the money. But I see the space for the things which Asia is doing, and it's hard to make biodiversity in the place which is new. Like, here we have something which already exists, and actually it's a great ecosystem, like more than 90 species of the birds. Like, it's not common in the so big cities as Gdańsk, and it's just like 15 minutes from here. So this is a kind of a treasure. Oh, and I didn't told about that, but I don't know, do you know, but Gdańsk is located under the transatlantic corridor of the birds. And for example, we are showing our this is also the thing which we can use as a promotion of the city. And why don't we use it?
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I would like to add to this that this is a great example which Natalia shown, because we didn't have to do this. Why city did it here in this place? Not because we have to build another flats for people who are homeless, or no. The city did it just only because they didn't think that these ecosystems are precious, and they didn't like the look of the nature. They thought that this aesthetic is unaesthetic, is not nice, and they will do it better. This is example of totally unbelievable stupidity in nowadays. So yes, we didn't have to do this. We spent a lot of money for unnecessary destroying nature, just only for this, because this nature aesthetic is not common in the point of view a lot of people. We people hate nature. We, from the beginning of civilization, fight with nature. This is what we do. And this is example how we people hate nature. We just only did it because we could. We had a lot of money, and we didn't like this untidiness, this wild part of the city.
And the funny perspective is that in next years we have another 15 million zloty to spend for this area. So
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm not even sure what I exactly want to say, but I wanted to share that I've been spending a lot of time walking in that area as well, and it really struck me the vividness, the life, the frogs singing even in the middle of a day. And when I came to Gdańsk, what struck me a lot is how waterfronts are continuously monopolized, and how they are turned into, like, of course, the economical aspect, and how it becomes also a very big class issue, and how the view on water and the access to water is so connected to wealth in this moment. And when you're walking from that area to the city center, for instance, in the new developments, on the southern part of the island, it's even hard to follow the river. Like you don't even have a public walkway to allow you to follow the river, because you have this zigzag of different developments. And yeah, it just breaks my heart that we have to live in a system where the city is a capital entity that works almost as a corporation that has to do something to continue doing something else. And it actually, when you look into what money it has to earn to then put it into ecology, it's just so silly in the most light word. Yeah, that was just what I wanted to share.
Yes, and maybe that's why we have the climate crisis. We are speaking about the ecology, about the dangers, about the urbanization, about the transformation of the cities, and we are pushing in the cities. We are pushing the nature farther and farther away from us people, and probably the value of water, which we are speaking about since many years, is recognized. We know that it's recognized, both for swans, for the developers. So I think that we, at this project and many others after us and around us, we must fight for keeping that nature where it still is.
Okay, a minute of silence. Okay, and now we will have a tea and coffee break, and we are back here in 15 minutes. Okay. During the project, we had some residencies. One of them was the residency of 2 cartopologists from Deer Hunter, an organization from the Netherlands. And we have them here with us, as well as their work outside that you will see later in the opening of the small exhibition of works. So now Remy Kröse and Marlies Vermeulen will present the results of their residency to us. They will take about 20 minutes, and then you will have time to ask questions.
Good. Is it morning or noon? I would say it's noon, but it's before lunch, so hi. Remy is still sitting there. We're so professional that we brought our dogs. And I really mean it. We're so professional that we brought our dogs, because when we do a residency, we don't just come visiting, we really come living here, and that in our case also includes our dogs. Luckily, we don't have children, that we don't have to bring them. Well, I don't know, maybe some people would like to bring them children, but I wouldn't. Anyway, on that notice, we stayed here for 6 weeks, and I think it was already the first day that people were asking, do you think Gdansk is a river city or a sea city? Like, yeah, it's close to the beach, so I suppose it's sea. Or a river city, yeah, because and which kind of river then? The Vistula, the Modlava, the Radunya? Maybe. So what would it be for you? Would it be a river city or a sea city? And it's a question that we got a lot, and maybe I should introduce Deer Hunter a bit more, and I suppose this works like this. No. There we go. So this is us, this is Remy and I. We're a very small organization. We have a couple of people working for a couple of hours with us, but most of the time it's just Remy and I and the 2 dogs, they're also participants. And we don't live close to the beach. We live in the south of the Netherlands, close to the mountain. Oh yes, the Netherlands, one of the flattest countries of Europe, does have a mountain which is called Mount Vaals, which you see there behind us. And we're almost halfway that mountain with our mountain hut, which is also a research institution and an art platform for everything that has to do with maps and making maps. So here we are at 246 meters above sea level, and the highest point of the Netherlands is 322.5 meters above sea level. It's not much, but if you count from -6, which is the lowest point in the Netherlands, it's something. And being halfway the mountain and the mountainside is something that, oh, I have to go the other way around. Yeah, it's something that is very important for us because mountains, they are for us one of the most precious environments where I suppose also a lot of water comes from, but they're just so incredibly beautiful. I don't know how it is with you. We have been talking about wilderness and about nature and about everything that comes with it, and mowing the land or not mowing it, and biodiversity. And I think it's a bit the same, but then when you're and this is the Aiguille du Dru, close to the Mont Blanc Massif. When you look at it, I'm always incredibly astonished by the scale of it, by the change in trees, in everything. And we use it as a metaphor because we believe that every place should be considered as a mountainside. We should look at every place before we change it with as much astonishment as you hopefully are looking at this mountainside as well. Before we change it, before we document it, before we make policy for it, before we map it, what if every place would be a mountainside? How would we look at it then? And that is also how we came to here. And that is how we work. So we are cartopologists. It's a word that we invented ourselves, a combination of cartography and anthropology. We're both trained as architects, so we make maps. And we don't do that from a remote distance, from behind a desk somewhere, but we do that by living somewhere and trying to be some sort of anthropologist, trying to understand the daily life by arriving as a stranger, becoming familiar, and that whole process, that is what we try to map and what we try to document. Because we think there's not enough maps to really capture a mountainside. The more maps we have, the more we have captures the diversity of the place, and the more we can work with it as well. And of course, we also had to travel to the highest summit of this area, which is oh, please, Remy, help me.
Pahoek.
Thank you. Which is at 328 meters, so you're lower than the highest point of the Netherlands.
Oh no, it's Wieżyca. Sorry, it's Wieżyca, right? Did you go, is it in Kaszubia?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Wieżyca.
It's there, we were there. It's not a picture we took, because the only picture we took was, we were amazed that there was a huge banner of the Pope there. Well, not the previous one, but the previous Pope, the Polish Pope. So we only took a picture of that because it attracted all the attention. But this is where we also were. So we really live here, and that's not just walking around in Gdansk, in Gdynia, in Sopot, but it's also really traveling around. We brought our car. We just lived here as you all do, I suppose. The only thing we have to do for work is living here and documenting it. So that was great, especially with the fantastic weather we had the last couple of days. And when we lived here, we came across a lot of maps, and I brought some here. This is, oh, not this one. This is, for example, a map that every tourist gets. It's a very simple map of mostly Gdansk, because that's where you have to be as a tourist. That is the place to be, apparently, especially 2-3 streets. The rest you can forget. as a tourist. We could also find this map somehow, somewhere in a bookshop. We have one of Sopot and of Gdynia. They didn't got the one of Gdansk, but these types of maps. And the first map is really a touristic map. It's really, where can I go get a kayak? Where can I go to the island Hell? Where can I don't know, have a good beer? Where can I watch football? Where, that sort of stuff. This is a bit more topographical map, but it's still about recreation. And remember I asked you, about, is it a sea city or a river city? Maybe we could question ourselves also, especially in what we heard the previous lectures. Is it an infrastructural city or is it a touristic city? What is it actually? Because we also find maps like this one, thanks to Voldemar, we could see that type of maps, which is really about infrastructure. And what was most striking for us in Gdansk is that there's no water without recreation and there's no recreation without water. It is just so much intertwined in daily life. And not only today, but I think centuries long, water has been daily life. The harbor has been here. There has been parties of sailors in buildings that are still there today. So that daily life and the place and water is very much intertwined. However, and we also asked Lawrence Piotr, or Piotr Lawrence, that's how I should say it, are there any maps that show that connection? And he couldn't think of one, and I assure you, Piotr Lawrence knows a lot, and he knows a lot. So how is it then possible that we don't have those maps if it's so much part of how we live somehow? And what does that say really about how we deal with the future? And I think if you want to turn the tide, and if we really, really want to think about how we want to design or invest or not invest or protect or not protect the future of Gdansk, we really have to take in account that connection between the two. I think that is the most valuable thing, because climate change is not something that we do individually. Not individually as a designer, individually as a rebel against investors, not individual as an investor, but we have to do it together. And by making maps that really show that we can work together and have to work together, I think we could get there. And I'm not saying that this is one of such a map. It's our first attempt after 6 weeks of everything we came across that had to do with water and daily life. We tried to map it. We tried to bring it together. I made a mess already. And this is the map that you can also see outside. The original drawing is there, and also the map is there. We only have 2 copies, so you can't take it, but you can just send us an email and we send a PDF or a printed version. So it's a rather big map. So and upside down. So you tell me, is this river or is this city? Or is this just a place where water really, really matters to inhabitants, to life? I still have some time, right? Yeah, sure. I'm just going to go through a couple of small details. I mean, there's a lot on it. There's the wall that has been painted black by Johanna, I think. I forgot her name, I'm not sure, because your names also change, because Johanna can also be Asha. That's very difficult if you're from abroad. But there's a lot of things that are on it. Here, that's the black wall, for example. And I just go through a couple of things, and then you can have a look at it later. I haven't made explanations for everything on it. And also because this map is only a draft. It's only a part, because we will do that in all the cities, and it's also for us some sort of notebook to not forget the things that we discovered and encountered here, and to compare it to Vienna, which will be our next stop. But let's have a look. We have been talking about the bastions a lot, and I understand all the points of views, but could it also be seen, what if we would see it as a best practice? Because for us it's a place where one of the oldest locks is there, which works completely mechanical, which we also saw working. We saw it moving, we saw when it was closed, it also makes a lot of noise when it all of a sudden closes. I wonder what the bats think of that noise, for example. But at the same time, it's also a lot of recreation. And I can imagine if there's plenty of new buildings that will be there, that it will be very crowded. And for us now, it was very beautiful to walk there. I go for a run every morning around the bastions. It is a wonderful place. So could it also be maybe a best practice where recreation and infrastructure and biodiversity come together in a way, where heritage the lock is prevented as well. There's a new plate there to explain it, only in Polish, but never mind. So that is for us a very beautiful place of where daily life around water really takes place in a very qualitative way in Gdansk. Another example is the shipyard struggles. We heard a lot about the young city and about how difficult it is, and all the investments, and there's no houses for the real people from Gdansk. We understand those struggles a lot, and they're not specific for Gdansk, but that so many people struggle with it, or so many people disagree, it's also very beautiful. It shows that we all care somehow, maybe with a different point of view. Maybe the investor cares for money, and maybe we care because it's cultural, very important, and maybe the people from the heritage department care about the old buildings, and then, but we all care about that place, and that is very beautiful. That is what unites us in a way. And we could also look at it in that way, because it is a very important place, I think, for Gdansk, and it will also show a lot about what we want with Gdansk in the future. So maybe it's naive to see it that way, probably. But I don't care. I prefer being naive and optimistic than negative and not finding any solutions. So we found it also beautiful that all types of generations, all types of people, even the touristic guide that took us on a little boat tour was really fascinated about that area. And it unites in a way. And also, what would that mean, that unitedness of that harbor? What could we do with it in a way? Something else that we heard from Agnieszka, if I pronounce it well, is that for her the sea has always been a place of freedom, of liberty, of the rest of the world in a way. And she was telling us the whole story that during communistic times, that is where we could see jeans. And for me, somebody from Belgium, now living in the Netherlands, that is crazy to think that jeans would not be available. She also said that we don't have to complain about the mosquitoes, that we might be too sensitive in a way. So the jeans was somehow, that came through the harbor in a way. And that is also showing something about also in maybe more difficult times or times when not everything is available, the sea, the water was still there in daily life and providing some sort of hope, or maybe for some even freedom. And that are little stories that I think are very important to show that the harbor, which is also the oil company, which is also a lot of destruction, but it's also a very social daily life thing as well. And I think it's important to always think of them together when we think about developments or turning the tide. In the city center, you see it's a chaos. It's a mess on my drawing. There's so many things that you guys do on the water. I mean, there's kayaking. There is the thing that you know, like with cars on the or bicycles on. There's the Soldeck. There's the turn bridge that doesn't work, and the other one. And there's the pirate boat. There's the boat to hell. There's the except swimming. But otherwise, everything happens in that river, and we don't even begin to think about the idea that river could be a danger. It is just gone. It's not there. It's only recreation, except for twice 5 minutes an hour when the bridge goes up and down. That are moments that oh shit, there's a bridge there. I have to wait. There's water. Fuck. I also learned that you can swear a lot in Poland, so I can say that here. That is a moment where you all of a sudden think of, oh, there's water. Oh, let's have a look. We can have an ice cream here. Smart guy there at the corner. I have an ice cream and I look at the water. These are the moments that you slow down and look at the water. But otherwise, the water is just there as some sort of almost touristic destination. And I think also there, where I say maybe an infrastructural part, we should make it maybe even a more, not recreational, but that take the daily life in account. Maybe here is the place to say, this is not to be taken for granted. This is something each tourist here should know about the flooding. Each tourist here or visitor should know about the fact that if the wind goes from the sea, that the lock at the bastion closes. That's a beautiful story to tell about the city from centuries ago that we should take in account somehow. And maybe we don't do it enough, I don't know, but I think that combination is where you will get everybody with you to turn the tide when you think about climate change. Another example, the other way around, is the huge lock and remote infrastructure. I don't know exactly where it is. If you want to know, you have to ask Remy. But we passed by, and it is like a huge lock where the Marta Wisla is like, I don't know, maybe you all recognize where it is, and it's only infrastructure. Only. It's concrete and it's locks, and it's a very beautiful architecture, actually, if you look at it that way. But there's no one that goes there. There's no barbecue place, although you really like it, and I think it's a beautiful place to barbecue. There's nothing to do there, and I think there again, if we want to tell the story about Gdansk, how we perceived it, this is it. This is really a part of Gdansk that for me is important to make Gdansk what it is now. So why don't we go there and have our barbecue there as well, in a way? Maybe that's not good for the animals again, I don't know, but I think we have to work together there, and not only policy and research, but also between all the human and non-human life as well. And I think this is the last one, where the city and water also, and the countryside and the polder is also, we learned that's also, that once you cross the bastion, you're not in Gdansk anymore. You're in a completely different city with a different, or area with a different religion, I even heard. I'm not sure, but that's what we hear. And you have a beautiful, I found it very boring because it's like home. It's very polder-like landscape that also the Dutch came to help to set it up centuries ago. But it's again completely different. And that is also a very beautiful story to tell, not only because it's there and it is a very beautiful, interesting landscape, but also because that is all the work that Gdansk and the whole region has done really to work with the water and to do something with it. So it's not so much that we have to turn the tide here, we just have to tell the story in a way, and to tell the story from a daily life perspective, rather than emphasizing on daily life and tourists and visitors on one point, and on the other point only having infrastructure, but really bring that together in a way, because it is brought together. If you look at the bastions, if you look at the harbor, that is where we really care about the place, because daily life is water and what the water brings. And I think that's the main story that, no, there's one last one, is how the sea meets the land. Of course, we have been to Sopot and we have paid, I don't know how many zloty to go on the pier, which I found, wow. I mean, then you made it, that we pay to go on the pier, and then I heard that in winter you don't, and I, fuck. But we paid. Luckily, the dogs didn't have to pay to go on the pier, but a bit more up north, you have the beautiful cliff where we saw a lot of birds in the cliff side in a way, and here you have very beautiful. You have beaches, but then a bit further, a couple of kilometers further, then it's again all infrastructure. It's all about, I don't know, the harbor and that sort of, so it changes constantly all the time. And I think that's very beautiful to really have that diversity, also in how infrastructure is really dealt with tourism and recreation. I think that is where the solution lies for Gdansk, if you want to turn the tide from only 6 weeks being here and saying that with some sort of arrogance. So I think that this is it. There were just a couple of places on the map. Feel free to have a look and agree, disagree, add to it, because a map is not to look at it, but to use it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions now because we are running late, but my proposal is that we come back to a discussion when we are at the table with the installation or presentation of the map in our lobby. So we will do it after the second or the last part of our symposium around 5 p.m. We will have a walk to see all the installations, and then we will have time to talk to you.
Or during lunch, that's
fine. Or during lunch as well. And now I invite Maja Murawska, the curator of our project, the freelance curator in Gdansk. She will be talking to our artists in residency who are here. Eva from Greece, please excuse me, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Whatever. Yeah. And I don't know how to pronounce it. And then also Robin Woolston from Scotland. Natalia Revko from Ukraine, and Katarzyna Piurek from Sweden, and Weronika Zalewska from Warsaw. Weronika and Natalia were our local residency, local lab artists, and Eva, Kasia, and Robin were our international lab artists.
Is it on? Yeah. I have just realized that we have the most difficult job today, not because of the topic, but because we are scheduled just before the lunch. Yeah. So there's that. We'll try to manage nevertheless. Yeah. As Natalia said a minute ago, we've invited a bunch of different artists all around the world, basically. Robin, Eva, and Kasia are finishing basically their 1-month residency, international residency, and Weronika and Natalia are in the process, in the middle, the other half of this middle, of their local residency. Local is something very general in this project because Weronika is based in Warsaw and Natalia is from Ukraine, but she's based now in Gdańsk. So let me just start with this question, just going back a few weeks before today. Tell me, what were your thoughts about the project when you saw the open call? What were your initial thoughts, and how the whole process of this residency changed? The whole, from the submission throughout the preparations, and then going back to Gdańsk, the first day actually, not the whole residency, but to the first day. So let me just start maybe with Eva. No. I was also wondering if you will bring the cat on the stage, if he could be with us, if you'd like, or because that's something very, precious and unique that Eva, traveled with a guy. Yeah. Yeah, with a guy. Yeah, small guy. So, Eva, how was the preparations for you? What were your thoughts about, the submission, the open call, and then is it changed or not?
So when I saw the open call, I really loved the theme of the residency because it was related to climate change, and I had started working with that in my practice, but I was really searching for an opportunity to go deeper and to have also a case study or a specific place to work with. And so I had an instant, how do you say that? Yes, to apply. And then the truth is that before arriving here, when I was selected, I started studying about Gdansk. I was very much impressed by the relation that the city has with water. Also, I had read that, as I was telling you, that the name is related with a Proto-Slavic prefix that means wet. Then, arriving here, I realized that whatever theoretical income I had was totally indifferent, because you really realize, arriving here, that Gdansk is like a catalog of huge variety of waters, many qualities, many different waters, many different situations. So it was like a reboot when I arrived here, a restart to everything. I don't know if this answers the question.
Yeah, it's of course so okay. It's okay. Yeah.
The work totally changed.
Yeah, that's great. What about you, Kasia? Because someone could say it was easier for you, being Polish, to put the submission for the open call, knowing Poland, Polish mentality, or even locations. Have you thought about it before, or just waited for the residency itself?
When I saw open call, I thought, like, what an interesting residency, because it is about the water, which we have a lot in Stockholm. And I was thinking about Gdańsk, and I was in Gdańsk maybe when I was a child. So I didn't know how it is. I remember Neptune Fountain, and maybe a little bit like a trip to Oliva with the bus. And so for me, it was like new discovery and a lot of challenge, because I had idea to work site-specific. And when I came and the residency is quite short, I thought like, okay, I cannot find a place. But finally I found, and it is site-specific in this building, so I was lucky. But, I was waiting for it because I wanted to discover. I knew, of course, a lot of things about Gdańsk and about Poland, because I'm Polish. But I don't know if I answer to the question because I'm just flying.
That's fine. You can answer whatever you like. I don't impose anything on you. Robin, when I was in Glasgow, and I've never been before, a few weeks ago in April, I've realized that Glasgow or Govan area is not that different than Gdańsk history. I know you're English, but you're staying based in Scotland for a few years. I've never asked how many years. You can share it with us. But was it easier for you just to know the feeling of the city? You imagined and researched probably because you've never been here. Of course, you've knew people who have been here previously. But was it the advantage for you or not?
I've spent a lot of my life living in port cities. So, and I've always had this relationship with being either in the centre of a country or then in the port city. So I grew up in the Midlands, but then lived in Plymouth and Liverpool and Hull, so all port cities. And so now I split my time equally between the very centre, the centre stone of Scotland is about 5 miles from where I stay, and basically Renfrew and Glasgow. And Glasgow has so many cadences, so many tides, so many rhythms of industry that is unbelievably mirrored with the environment, the architectural details, the history of solidarity. When I think of solidarity and then I think about Liverpool and the dockers in Liverpool, the resonances were just magnified in that call out. So tidal, and I know that's problematic to say tidal because I know it's not that tidal, but port cities and water-based economies, they bring stories in on them, and they bring flotsam and jetsam, and people stay. So narratives just naturally settle in the soil and the mud, and all of that was why I applied all of them.
And from what I remember, your submission was the most, vivid, let's say. It was very detailed. I know the final outcome always changes. That's fine. That's the normal, practice. But have you researched it a lot because you cared, you wanted this, or is it a part of your, usual artistic practice? You always come prepared, because you did. You came prepared. We've all seen it, yeah.
Well, Ava jokes that if there's a meeting that I've got to be at that it's 12 o'clock, you'll probably see me sitting there at 11:15.
I'm not saying it, but it's true. It's not
so I just think I genuinely think it's that narrative of I'm really split here between saying that I feel like I know somewhere, because of course I didn't know it at all. But what I do know is that backbone of industrial struggle in an environment that is then going to change, that is literally, my piece of work is called Edgeland, and it's called Edgeland because the edge is so semi-permeable, and within such a short space of time it's going to be eroded. So I was really passionate about applying to it. Yeah.
And then you all came to Gdańsk on the 28th of May, yeah. We've all met the next day to talk about all of the projects and plans for the next few weeks. Then we thought it will be okay, 4 weeks, we will manage, but then it's, yeah, it's not that manageable. It was intense. It's been intense time for all of us, and when we were thinking that the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks were intense, we were just so fucking wrong, because the last few days were just on a different level. But when you first arrived here, first saw the building, after the first meeting, after you saw the program, what were your thoughts? And this is maybe for you, Kasia. Which meeting or trip or anything else you found the most interesting for you, for your practice? Because all of you are established artists. You're not new to the business, to the sector. What was the most interesting for you? What did you bring back to your work?
When I arrived, I get totally impressed and focused, and I sat in the cafe here and was looking at Kanał Raduni, just and wondering how shall I work with it, because this was this was my focus in the beginning. And there is like a story about this double button in forum, and I was wondering how shall I attach my work to this. And then I understood, and you from Dear Hunter, you asked about is Gdansk river, sea, whatever. For me, it's a water, city of water, generally. So I was thinking I will not focus only on this canal. I was taking myself in intuitive work just with water, to think what water is for us, for me, for people generally.
How was it for you, Eva? Which particular meeting, or any maybe, have you found the most interesting, or just weird maybe, difficult for you? I don't know, any emotion is okay.
I cannot really say that something was not useful or not interesting. I think that it all made part of a mosaic of things that helped me really, I don't know if I have understood the place really, but get to know Gdansk and contributed to my work. Obviously, even if you don't mention something, still it's there. Maybe it made you think of something or made a certain choice or whatever. For me, it would be better if we could do it a little bit earlier, so to maybe have more time to digest it and be more specific and well-oriented to places, this maybe. Also, the first meeting that we had with, sorry, the names, the two architects, where?
Peter.
Piotr Lorenz.
And one more?
Was I there?
Yes, the very long one.
The same day?
Oh,
no!
Valdemar.
Thank you. Sorry for the names.
Valdemar, of
I'm
course.
really bad
Rafael.
with these names, with Polish names. So yes, these two especially were very interesting because it was like an overall. It was not like visiting a specific place. So with these two, it was like, I don't know how many times I've heard the recordings afterwards, and looking at the map and trying to understand what this soup is about. Like, it was a huge thing, and I was trying to going closer and zoom in, zoom out all the time. So maybe this, if it could be a little bit earlier, it would maybe be easier for me. I cannot say it would be better, maybe not. But also the fact that you have a personal opinion or experience without a previous thing, maybe this is also something that is helpful, because when we arrived to the meetings, we already had some days of personal experience, of experiencing the site by ourselves, which was also useful.
The unfortunate thing was we've started the residency, our first meeting day before Boże Ciało, the holiday, so the next day was, also free for most of the people, and then it was the weekend, so this was 5 days, basically. I don't want to say we've lost, but, it affected the residency. When I think about the meeting that stuck with me, was our visit in Sobieski Reservoir. I've never been there before. I don't know how many of you have been there. So I will remember this one. But how was it for you, Robin? Maybe the visit in Institute of Oceanology or anything else?
So as part of the research journey, and as part of a companion project, Carbon Offset, working in Texas over the last 3 years, I contacted the university in terms of talking to the social psychologists from an anthropological perspective. And those two conversations are intertwined and layered within the film that is playing upstairs at the moment. And those conversations are, I always feel like I'm there to be both a sponge and a mirror. So I'm there to reflect back and pivot and open a door and take on as much as possible, because those are academics who have wide research areas and obviously talk to their students and are dynamic in that sense, but to work in this socially engaged way, to crack that research open in a way where they can feel calm and relaxed and happy to share, but also talk about things that are vitally important right now, I'm very, very grateful. And in particular, they were able to put a lot of perspective on, you know, there are lots of parallels that I would love to share with you, because one of the psychologists in particular was talking about the fact that it's almost impossible it might be a nice segue, but it's almost impossible for us to sit here talking about climate change when we're so immediately affected by war. And so coming from Scotland, that was a perspective that was incredibly important for me to include in it, and that is how the film exits, because we're coming with fresh eyes as travellers for a short period of time, and it's a lived experience that has to be honoured. And I'm really pleased that that was a reflection, because there's also a narrative in there about being pulled into a very large fossil fuel industrial military complex, and that's included within it. And so I was just utterly indebted and grateful to be able to reflect that. And so that might be a nice...
Let me invite you for a minute, artists on our local residency, to join the conversation. We've all met a few days ago in this particular group for the first time last Friday or Thursday, I don't remember, at our joint meeting here at IKM. Natalia, Veronica, you're just in awe. Yeah, I think... Yeah, you were Ariel, of course, but Natalia joined us last week. You had your own obligations, and you were not for the few weeks here in Gdansk. But what I found really valuable from our, joint meeting was the fact that through our conversation about, being so open to the socially engaged art. All of us don't like this term, but yeah, we will use it just for now. What were your thoughts after this meeting? Because what you have said about your artistic practice, and you can share it with us all if you may. I think it is a bit different than we usually think when we usually think about art from the perspective of something visual, but then you're doing something completely different. Can you share with us your practice and what we've talked about during this meeting?
Okay, thank you very much, Maya. Does it work? Yes. So hello everyone, thank you very much for inviting to this panel. Mainly as an artist and as a curator, I'm working a lot with the sound, and less with the sound recording and more with the sound streaming. And thanks to my partners, the UK organization Sound Camp, they developed a stream box, the box which is working using mobile internet, and this is very handy equipment. And actually, after our panel, you can visit the lab on the left side of the building and listen to the stream which is going on right now from one of the water sources in IKM. So you can even experience this deep listening to the street around the IKM and, I don't know, let's say the backwards of this conference. I found it very curious. Speaking about my travel to Ukraine during this residency, I'm curating the project which is going on for 2.5 years. which is connected to live stream of sounds from different parts of Ukraine. And we're trying to capture the different experiences of war, because they're quite various, and to bring on the stage this urgency of war, but also the urgency of ecocide, which is going on in Ukraine. And if we speak about the term of ecocide, for myself, I found that the most important thing is that not only human beings as beings are targeted, but also more than humans. These are, legit target for Russia to demolish, to destroy, to harm, to wound, and to erase. And this is the part of, of the war strategies. And also we're speaking about the infrastructure which is weaponized. For instance, nuclear infrastructure, which is also weaponized and used as a weapon to the territory of Ukraine. So this project is also, it's online. Maybe we can share it from through the network. But here, basically, I was applying with the topic of the Black Sea, because I'm originally from Odessa, and I am a sea person, deeply connected to water. And when I was displaced, it was very important thing to be in a city with water and with sea. And I should say that being on the seashore is very psychologically supportive practice. So I thought that maybe I will connect my Black Sea identity with my new Baltic Sea identity in this project. But I'm spending a lot of time right here in Gdansk. And at some point I realized this my trying to layer different landscapes, sometimes going very conceptualized and, very working on the level of my mind. But I'm thinking a lot about how to work on the level of my body, which is actually right now here on this conference in Gdansk. So right now I'm just very curious to touch the surface and the structure of Gdansk, of its waters, of its problems. And even during our conference, I met a great ecology activist, and now I think that maybe we need to do this kind of project which brings urgency of ecological issues in Gdansk. So I'm very grateful to this project, which directed me, and also Maya as a curator, who directed to this way of, working right here and right now, even though it's a lot about sound streaming and being somewhere else. Yeah, I need to, process all of these placements and topographies of being somewhere. Yeah, I think I will pause here and wait for the question.
I think it's super important to remember that the whole process of artistic practice or the residency, artistic residency, is very, very dynamic. It is a dynamic process. All of you can agree probably that you've came here with a slightly different vision of the project and then finished with something else, equally valuable, of course. Veronica, when Natalia was speaking about her connection to the sea, deep connection, I think that you also have this deep connection with water and with sea, maybe more with this feminist aspect. I don't know if it's that much important for you, because it is important part of your residency project. Can you share with us what the outcome of this residency will be? What is the process within this, idea of social engagement, community-led science or approach?
Yeah, for me, the very important aspect is the role of narratives as well, and how the relationship with different bodies of water are also created and constituted by the education and the politics and so on. And what strikes me in case of Poland, and for sure it's not the only case, but it's that we are a country at sea, but we're not really a sea country. I think in comparison to a lot of, I don't know, it's hard to compare because I'm not living there, but maybe Baltic states or some Scandinavian countries, we don't relate so much to the Baltic unless it's in relation to tourist trips and, you know, really, I mean, you can see it at the shoreline. It's really an infrastructure for just going on the beach. And, you know, a lot of structures, even architectural structures, only open for these couple of months. And a lot of the cities or towns pretty much die out in the winter time because, you know, the tourists are not there. So it's this relationship of maybe tourism, maybe a bit of economical aspects, the strong fishing aspect. But in a daily life, I think people are not so connected to the Baltic Sea, especially those that live inland. And for me, it was, I had a project in mind before I applied. That's maybe an important difference, but I had it in mind for a while, but I didn't have the time and the opportunities to realize it. And I think that's also an important case in arts, that sometimes you don't always choose for a project you want to do. And in this case, I'm so happy that I waited with it and that I still kept it in my mind, that I didn't throw it out somewhere. But it's a project that really needs time and attention and a lot of relationality, because what I wanted to do is to work with female and queer scientists from the Institute of Oceanology, which is also a very special institute in a way that it has a lot of its research freedom. It's not connected to like corporate interest. It's really a lot of passionate scientists. But that institute is located in Sopot, but in a way it's also, it communicates with the world. It's pretty engaged locally, but a lot of people don't know about its existence. And I really had a desire to lay grounds for interviews that would then constitute a video work, but audio and video interviews with scientists that would share perspective and experiences of working at the Baltic in a way that never makes it to scientific papers, let's say. That, you know, the format that is also very rigid usually doesn't invite these intimate bodily experiences. So in that way, of course, it's a feminist approach. And when Robin was saying about being mirror and a sponge, I think what I want to do is both give space that maybe these scientists don't think that they need, but to share different experiences and at the same time communicate science differently to the public. And I'm just asking, I've made this set of questions, and I'm not using all questions at each interview, but it's questions around vulnerability actually, and about different fascinations, difficulties, mournings that these scientists experience when they're working with different scales of more than human at the Baltic, when they work with climate change, and with the science as also a body that they are kind of entangled in, but they also transform. So I wanted these side notes, these margins, to become a story in itself. This kind of, I don't know, archive of vulnerability, you know, funny anecdotes, difficult experiences, but this collage of a very different notion of science that is not unscientific, but it's also something completely else, and it's also poetic, and it's also societal, and it's also human, but it tells a lot about, a lot of...
Yeah, I like it a lot, this crossover between the art and science. It's so, you know, important. I know we still have a few minutes. I would like to have 2 or 3, maybe for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. But still, I would like to ask you to sum this 4 weeks up. I don't know, I know it's really, really hard, and you'll probably thinking about the whole process when you will be back at home. But still, do you think now that you want to, you know, develop the idea you did here, or do you see it as a completed project? And then, okay, I've done it, I'm okay with it, or are you still in this, you know, process of, you're nodding, so probably yes. So let's start with you, Eva. What are your thoughts for the future, for the plans? Maybe something.
So, as also I describe in my, I don't know how you call this, information that goes together with the work I'm having upstairs.
Yeah, we're gonna be, you know, doing a tour later, so.
So for me, it has been like a process, and I see it as something open. I also try to, well, you will see it, but I try to touch, I say touch because I certainly didn't have time to go deeper, but touch different aspects of the theme I chose. So I see it as a starting point, and also what you will see exhibited upstairs is like a process. I don't know if finally it will have a specific outcome, and I have not really decided what it could be. So that is why it has a digital part, it has a printed part, it has some physical items. So it definitely has been a starting point for something. And I was also thinking how it could be, like if I also do something similar like a research that would touch a little bit of history, a little bit of mythology, a little bit of science, and a little bit of experiential, let's say, outcomes or notes, as I call it, to another place, maybe in a similar way. So, yeah, and also I have very specific things in my mind on this work that is exhibited here that I would like to develop, I would say, after we are here, because the time was specific. So
yeah, that's great. We've also been talking about the methodology and that it's also constantly changing. I know that you, Kasia, already have, you know, thoughts for the future, for the editing, or for, you know, your work is so. It could be so relatable for different communities. It is site-specific here in Gdańsk with the installation, but still it is, you know, so open. So you will probably, you know, prolong the process.
Yeah, it's just beginning because you asked me about the meetings, and I was talking about Canal Raduniu because this was my first meeting with water here. But of course, every meeting with people here, with with people who are talking about water in different aspects, with researchers, put some drops into the project. And I'm going to continue and take my project to Stockholm and put it in the gallery space. And of course it will be different, but it will change. And this is like a water also. So it will be
constantly in a movement. So moving to our final final artist. Let's just leave it with that. I know we don't have any more time for the question, but still I would like you, Robin, to, you know, speak about your future plans with this project, or the ideas you had, you know, during the residency. Maybe something else just popped into your mind.
I think it's really, really vitally important that we move our works outside of white-walled gallery spaces. And although it's incredibly important that those spaces exist, if we're talking about climate conversations, we have to move outside of those citadels, outside of those spaces that perhaps only allow a few people into them, even when we think they don't. And that's one of the dynamic forces that are vital and that I find so compelling about moving image, and the fact that it can sit within a digital space, but it is transportable, and that film can then, and those conversations, and then the mirror and the sponge, and the way in which you've magnified something together can travel far and wide to raise the consciousness on those conversations around climate change. And in a way, that is one of the best ways to synthesize and maximize a residency of this dynamism, because of how quickly it's gone forward. And I feel, you know, working in collaboration with Liz Gardner from Fable Vision, who is very much my project partner as I'm sat here in Scotland, you know, we've only just begun. It feels like we're literally writing the introduction. So we're off the starting blocks, the film is playing upstairs, and that's the start of a lot of interrelated dynamic starting points, not because I'm saying the film is dynamic, but it's the starting point then for so many conversations that come from it. And even last night I was reading the abstract on a research paper that a female academic has written to say that she just can't believe that city architects in the Tri-City area are not doing more and more quickly in relationship to this. So all of our works, every single one of the people, from the maps to the films to the sound pieces, they're all seed bombs, they're all opportunities to synthesize meaning and begin to elevate that. I mean, that's the reason we are part of this conference. So it feels like it's been incredibly rich, and I feel very grateful to have only just started our conversations. I felt a little bit sad the other day that I wasn't going to suddenly see you every day. So it's just the start. It's very, very much the start.
Thank you a lot for that.
I wanted to say one last thing on this question that I forgot to mention before. I think also that all the program of the visits was so, I don't know the word, sorry, my poor English, but it was all the visits and all the tours and everything that was planned helped a lot on having like a very, let's say, a full view of the subject. Or
let's say wholesome, but
Thank
you know,
you.
I don't know it.
Thank you. And I think it really helped develop different perspectives and narratives, each one of us, but also see different parts. That was really important in this short time, in this so rich environment that we were. That's what I wanted to.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. And I think that we will welcome the questions during the lunch break or at our tour. So I would like to ask you for a big round of applause for our artists. Thank you a lot.
We will have a lunch break now. It's exactly an hour without 3 minutes, and we are meeting here at 3 sharp, please. Yes. For the artist's perspective. Our very renowned artist, not only local, just as the artists that will follow. So after Julita, we will have Iwona Zając, then Michał Szlaga, and at the end, Kamila Homic, and then we will have a short conversation between all of them.
Hey, my name is Julita Wójcik. I was born on the Baltic Sea coast. Since I was a child, I spent a lot of time on the beach. I learned how to swim in the sea. The idyll ended quickly when I was in the kindergarten. Beaches and seashore swimming areas were closed due to the oil pollution. That's when my swimming career began. Missing the water, I found a swimming pool. You can see all sad kids because they cannot go to swim in a beach, but one is exciting and that's me. Any water was something for me. Over time, I became a competitive swimmer, then a scuba diver and a lifeguard. You can see my obtained permissions. First swimming card, a lifeguard and diver's book. The other side is the page with deep dives. I was on 47 meters under water deep. By about a decade, I was training specific sport discipline, underwater orienteering. It is a very special equipment needed to do it, like monofin, this is this yellow one for 2 legs, air cylinder with braking regulator and few measuring instruments like compass, meter counter, and capillary, besides specific for diving items like diving mask and suit, weight belt, safety buoy, etc. This sport allowed me to feel the water, understand the depth, to know how with own breath regulate body position in the water. My water career was interrupted by my studies at the Academy of Fine Arts. But I returned to the water with one of my first artistic projects after diploma. It called Watercolors, made it in 2001, at the surface of Ukiel Lake near to Olsztyn. An artist became a tool of art. The diver became a paintbrush. The surface of the lake became a huge sheet of paper on which a watercolors was created. Bulwark on the horizon, this is the action I made in Riga in 2006. How the artists create the world, sometimes more or less consciously, they participate in the gentrification of post-industrial spaces to change their functions. They are in the avant-garde, always at the forefront, looking for solutions, or they reveal exposing hidden or fuzzy ongoing processes. I came to this waterfront at the moment of change, when it was on the way to soon become a part of the city. So, like a strong woman, I tried to pull it and to move it, using a kayak and a rope tied to the wharf. Next action I made in Creative Work Center by Vigry Lake. It called DPD, Vigry Lido, made in 2009. I usually use the context of the place and its contemporary time. Here, I am at the Vigry Lake, in the former monastery with contemporary art for children. I prepared a leader together with the kids. That's what was surprising missing there. On the opening day, together with a group of children, we presented bath compositions. The children learned what is the artistic performance, presenting a synchronized tanning and rhythmic entry into the water under the command of a lifeguard and artist with a megaphone in her hand. Transatlantic liner, the action I made in 2013 in Gdynia. The medium of water allowed me to show my status as an artist, its instability, uncertainty, drifting, traveling, life compressed into the suitcases. I chose a special place, French Quay in Gdynia, which was the starting point of the journeys of transatlantic liners that carried Polish immigrants to both Americas in 20th century. The same year, I made an action called Freelancer, the same topic, the Orkneys and Hebrides Islands. I brought this topic during the thanks to the Royal Scottish Academy Award residency in Edinburgh. Following Women's Union, I saving feminist banners, which I saw at the People's Museum in Edinburgh, and another ones in Glasgow. I made my own one and became an ensign. I protest in Orkney and Hebrides. I fought against the wind, looking for the wind of change. You can see at the banner what I actually fought for fees, insurance, and retirement, which artists could receive. Moving Dune. This kind of action I made in Riga. Again, I came there in 2019 when I became a part of think tank Trans-Baltic. And I studied the location of the city in the relation of the Curonian Peninsula. The story tells about the difficult and the long fight of several people against the sand covering both places, the city and peninsula, also the lagoon. Starting with planting grasses, pioneer trees, they stabilized the dunes in several dozen years. The inhabitants of Riga forgot about the nuisance of sand winds. They started planning to cut down large trees. So I prepared cotton bags with a drawing and a poem to remind them in a funny way what the phenomenon of moving dune is, while drawing attention to the unnoticeable activity of carrying sand from the beaches in the clothes and towels of beachgoers. Moving dune. Tourist, holidaymaker, dweller, citizen, while returning from the beach, join to the creative action of mice laziness. Do not shake Baltic sand from your shoes. Do not shake it out for your convenience at Smiltene. In daily walking, shoe after shoe, ferry after ferry, grain after grain, step after step, while crossing Curonian Lagoon, take the sand in your shoes to Karlskrona Square. Transfer the Baltic sand to the center of Klaipeda. Do not be lazy. Let us do it together. While working as ants, we will make Klaipeda's maritime identity more visible. Symbolically, let us become a conscious mass, moving dune. This is the last action I like to present you. Made here in Gdansk Symposium, 2080, a plastic odyssey. Thanks to a frame of futurological congress idea, I took the liberty of letting my imagination run wild and sail into the future of 2080. In my fantasy, I assumed the point of view of an inquisitive future researcher who, like a hydrobiologist, exploring the depth of rivers in a search of unique specimens, is standing on the bank of a stream about to recover a genius treasure, a tremendously precious relic carried by the waters of Strzyża, extremely rare, like the white rhino, the last surviving specimen, a really rather shabby-looking pet bottle. Like biologists tracing the travels of blue whales, I observed this piece of plastic carried by Strzyża current. Using a camera attached to its back, I examined the last journey this one omnipresent and now almost entirely extinct species took to the sea. I look how a PET bottle migrated from Lower Wrzeszcz along the waters of Royal Brook, Strzyża and Dead Vistula, all the way to the Baltic Sea. At the end of the journey, it meets something, or maybe even someone. Saduria entomon, an ice relic organism who, alongside other benthic organisms, led to a situation when a PET bottle was no longer an omnipresent piece of trash, but an extremely rare relic of the plastic age. In my story, Saturia entomon, I add the name Plasticus, became a hero of our time. I was born on the Baltic Sea coast, and this is how Baltic shaped my life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Jolita. And Ivona Zając will be our next presenting artist.
Yeah, I try with time. I like to be, exactly on time. Julita was exactly, 15 minutes. Fantastic. I have sometimes problem with this. Okay.
I will stop you.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I am Ivona Zając, and this title is actually title about my new project, which I started to develop last year in Denmark, in Aarhus, the universal story about lost love. And it's actually story about places which we love and we lost. I started last year on June, and it needs actually a lot of energy and emotion, because develop in my heart, day by day, and also the background is from Gdańsk, from the sea, from the shipyard, and I can talk about this project really slowly, but actually I think what is connected in many of my projects which I made about water is about sadness. About sadness because we lost something. I will talk today about two projects which I made on memory of water. They were really connected with water, actually. Yeah, the first one was in Levadia in Greece. I call this project the Sun in Empty Room. This project was really interesting. It's taken more than 2 years, and we have time for residency. We can visit these places, we can meet people, we can walk, and after that we have few months for production. And also, it was part of artists, a group of artists from different countries, and we have time to develop our relationship, friendship actually. And also our partners were our friends. It was amazing project, I can say. And Sun in Empty Room, it is a place which I saw when I walk next to the river. It is Erkinia River. And it was really like intuition. I saw this home without wall, and I was so curious what's happened. Especially because, from different points of view, you can see the home is full, with doors, with bell, with some number even, with balcony. Look really like, nothing bad happened. But, from the river point of view, you can see it's nothing there. And you can see everything inside this home. And I asked people from Levadia who owned this house. And it was a beautiful story. When I started to ask people, and people share with me the story about, Zoza and her family. I don't know Greece, but it was
Pampunicus, who know Greece, the family Papa Nicolaou, Papa Nicolaou, and it was amazing when they sent me first photo about Zoza, and after that I saw some photos with her father, Lucas. This is Zoza, very young, very beautiful, and it was her house. It was amazing to see her as a person. And the next photo is it is actually from archive from the museum in Levadia, and Vasia's coordinator from Levadia found for me this photo. And Lucas, he made shoes, and he shared his knowledge with children, and he was a really proud person. Also Zoza. And I try to tell the story about this family in really, really honest way. Because of course the dome is demolished, yeah? And the family trusted me. They didn't know me, but they trust me. They give me a key. And I can walk to this house, I can see the wall, I can see water, I can see windows, I can think how it was when the family was there. And I started to paint some mural, but it's so funny because, of course, the house is closed. Yes, you can take a key and you can open the doors, even if the wall is totally demolished. Yeah? But when I was thinking about this mural, I used to paint a mural for many ages. Then you can see only from this Erkinia way, from this path. This is why I have to work with wall, but also I have to walk outside. And it's so funny because today, when I was working on this presentation, so late, I know, then I made the same in Govan. Because also my work in Govan was also, you can see in this close way, you can walk and see this mural, you know, in the dockyard, but also from this bus station. It's so funny sometimes how our brain is working. Yeah, this is, you know, when you are inside, at home, yeah? And for me, also, this family shared the story about Zoza, about Lucas, and one of this is I will share with you. My grandfather, Lucas, was a breadwinner, a family man, and kind-hearted, hospitable and passionate. The house was always full, so was his table. He educated his children by making shoes or repairing them. And a lot of people told me that the house was really, really open for people. And of course, I sent photo to the family of this mural, and I was really happy, and I told them, then, like, you know, I really thank them for this trust. I can spend this time at this home. And it was also a big responsibility for me, because I really tried to show Zoza as a beautiful person, as she was, you know, and never easy. And I was delicate, and it was really good time with me, with cats, with river, because, you know, the sound of the river was constantly with me at that time. Yeah, you can see how it was inside. Yes, and now time for next step, you know, because Memory of Water, we visited, the plan was for 4 places. Like, you know, Levadia in Greece, Gdansk in Poland, Govan in Scotland, and after that Limerick. But, you know, we have only this luck, then we can visit Govan, and after that COVID what's happened, yeah? This is dock in the shipyard, in the old shipyard. And I will share with you some movie which I have because the Baltic Sea Culture Centers give me permission to share with you this short movie when I talk about this project. Can we? Można teraz film puścić?
When I was visited Govan, the huge inspiration I found in place where I used to was shipyard. This is because I've got studio for 16 years in Gdansk in the shipyard, and shipyard was really huge theme for my artwork, and actually was really huge place in my heart and still is. I visited Fairfield Heritage Center in Govan, and I listened their shipyard workers' opinion. And it was really similar for shipyard workers' opinion from Gdańsk, because I interviewed them in 2004. I asked people from the center found for me some short quotes from these opinions, and I choose one which is born in Govan, made in shipyard. I choose place for this text, which is really interesting because this is dry docks. And this is, when you see this, it already look like some installation. But the problem, the main problem is the place is not available for audience. You have to think about perspective and distance, because people can see my installation from a bus station, which is above. This is, they can read this text when they are waiting for a bus. This is why I try to find some expert, and I choose Eugenia Tynna workshop, and she taught us about types, but this, which was really important for me, was when she told about time, how time is connected with typefaces, and it was important for me because I was thinking about 70s in Govan, where was in this place huge movement, shipyard workers movement, and they fight for their right.
So Ivona invited me to this project to help her with the letters. And based on the materials, we started to working on the letter shapes, and actually it was more technical or like industrial sans serif type or like grotesque. After that, she drew it on the millimetric paper, and then I focused on like developing it in the font editor.
Eugenia told me about technique which called Pound's pattern, and I collaborate with some artists from Govan, Beatrice. She used to work with letters and stones. This is why she told me for her it's this normal technique, and she knows this technique, and I am happy because this is something emotional for me when she used her hands to paint these letters on the wall. Her studio is not so far away from my installation, and I feel this circle and emotion around, like, you know, spirit for this place. I think it is good spirit, I hope so.
Yeah, you can see it is also draft, yeah, this, it wasn't original. Okay, and now I can back to this presentation. Because, you know, as I told you, you know, COVID happened, and I remember when when was last day in Govan, and Liz, I write this. Liz in September 2019 give me, you know, the subway card, and she decided I should take it to Poland and bring it back in June 2020. I still keep it. I still keep it. I don't know how long it's working, but you know, I have. And yeah, and after that, you know, I can't visit, it wasn't possible to visit Govan and made this mural by myself. This is why I started to think about collaboration. It was amazing that Beatrice, you know, worked with me, and also people who helped me really strongly with this project, like, you know, like for example, Ines Cavaco, Hamish Rhodes, I don't know if I pronounce okay, but you know, for sure, Hamish and Ines. And researcher Jan McCracken and also Jim Craig from Fairfield Heritage Center, who found for me this sentence. And after that, he made some T-shirt with this sentence. And it was amazing because, you know, for my work, for my art, I can say, the most important thing is, you know, I'm useful for people. Yeah, my art is useful for them. And sometimes I disappear as a person, you know. They even forgot about me, yeah. And when they started working with this, this is this bus station. You can see that this dog is here. I know I can use this, but sometimes it's easier. Yeah, you know, we check weather, of course, what happened, is raining or not, and we share photos when they were working with my mural. And of course, I used to work outside, and I used to work with graffiti, with the crew, and I know how it is important to feel respect what is already done on this wall. This is why I collaborate with this graffiti. And of course, I was so curious what's happened later with this mural, and it was amazing what's happened. Yeah, this is, you know, Beatrice and how she worked with, you know, with this technique, and yeah, now for me it was beautiful to see this, like, you know, like really natural for this place. And this is from this bus station. Yeah, and actually it is in last year, 2023, this is Ola shared with me this photo, because sometimes Ivona Price shared also some photos with me, and also Maya, and it is amazing what's happened with this mural, how people play with these words, you know, it's so natural. And Beatrice sent me some message then on the email. I sent a photo to my family in Welsh, and they were convinced that the text had certainly been there a long time and was historical itself. Yeah, this is what I was dreaming about, yeah, you know, like really, really suit for this graving dog. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I will now invite Kamila Homich, as Michał Szlaga has some problems with his presentation.
All right, there is my presentation. Okay, so I'm a biologist, and I'm also a filmmaker and photographer, and I'm doing like a social project. And in the last 3 years, actually, the main topic that I really like is the topic of the wild bees and biodiversity of the wild bees. Actually, I yesterday came back just from Vienna, and we were with scientists from Vienna in a national park in Hungary, where they were like exploring the biodiversity, the bees over there. But about the bees, I will say at the end, because today I will tell you a little bit more about the animals that are more related with the water topic, and about the group of the animals that I also really like. And I made a video work about them. The title of the video work was Głuchy rechot, and the idea is that the voices of these animals is like going to disappear, and it's getting to be like a silence. And the animals that I'm talking about are amphibians. So you know all of them, like frogs, toads, and newts, and the others. And this is animals that need to live waterside and also like land. So I will tell you a little bit about their situation generally, to give them voice and to maybe share the information about their critical situation nowadays. So actually, amphibians, from the research showed that amphibians are one of the most endangered groups of the animals in the world. For me, generally, these animals are always like a symbol of Gdansk, because every time I was passing the Gdansk when I was a teenager or a child, I was hearing during the springtime the voices of the frogs and different amphibians. And nowadays, there is less and less of this voice. And it's not happening only here, it's happening in the worldwide. Actually, the research show that the main reason why amphibians are dying, it's a climate change, because they cannot move for a long distance, they cannot escape from the increasing frequency and extreme heat, for example, they cannot escape from fires, dry weather. Also, they are losing a lot of habitats, and it's happening because of agricultural activities, because of the changes in forestries, infrastructure development. And next reason is also very interesting. Actually, amphibians are dying also because of disease in a very high number. And for example, you know, we as a human talk about COVID and disease that are like, you know, bad for the humans. And what happened in the case of the amphibians? Sometimes when you travel to Asia, to different countries, you are bringing on your clothes some kind of pathogens that are not visible for you, but they are deadly. They can bring the death to some animals, and they can bring the death, for example, to amphibians. There are like one fungal pathogen that when it will be bring to the family of the salamandras, they will almost all die. Actually, 99% of the salamandras are dying when they are getting infected with this fungal pathogen. So actually, disease are getting to be more and more important reason why these animals are dying too. Then, of course, urbanization process and agriculture and agrochemical pollution, because these animals are very sensitive for the pollution. So if you want to know something more about the worldwide situation of the amphibians, you can check the report from the Nature from 2023, when you can read that nowadays actually are in risk about 8,000 species of the amphibians. And it's around 41% of these animals. So as you can see, the situation is really not good. And this is the question that many times people are giving, why we should protect the environment. And actually, we should protect the environment not for the environment, but just for human, for our species. That's why that we are used to live in a very diverse world, in the world diverse in a different life, because the nature is giving us like ecosystem services. Like, for example, there are pollination insects that are producing for us foods. There are trees that are producing for us oxygen. So actually, nowadays, we are protecting the nature, not for the nature, because nature won't survive in any form, but we are protecting the nature to keep the life, and it is that humans will live in a comfortable way. So you are protecting the nature for your kids, for your granddaughters or grandsons, and generally for the human species. And there is also a question, why to protect the amphibians? You know, that people are thinking, okay, we have a pollinating insect, they are pollinate the plants and give us food, but why we should protect the amphibians? Actually, sometimes there is no reason to protect the animals. You know, people don't ask themselves why we are producing thousands of tulips in Holland or doing like the other things where we are putting lots of money. But when it comes to the environmental protection, there is like many questions why we should do it. So actually, like, yeah, we can protect the amphibians just because they are beautiful. I mean, that would be my answer. And now, if we are going to the topic of amphibians in the cities, all of these photos that you see here on the presentation are the photos on the amphibians that I made here in Gdansk. So the situation of these animals in the city is also very bad because, I mean, very simply, we could say that they are like amphibians that are green and brown. And for example, green amphibians in Poland, like for example, green frogs, can live whole life close to the water spots and water bodies. But the brown amphibians are going to the water spot for procreation, but during the winter time, they are going to the land, they are going to the sites where they will hibernate. And sometimes it can be even 2 kilometers more far from the place where they are procreated. So it's like can be even 2 kilometers from the water spots. And during the springtime, they are walking from this place where they were hibernated to the place where they are procreating. And on that ways in the city can happen many things. Like, for example, that could be the roads with the carts where they can die. They can be like stairs that they will not cross. In many cases, as you can see on the left here, there is like this bufo, ropucha szara in Polish, the species. In many cases, the woman is carried on the back, like one male or even few of them. So it's even harder for them to walk. Because for the guys, it's, you know, they are catching the woman on the way, because then they will be sure that they can procreate together. And sometimes, so it's hard for her to walk by herself. It's more hard to walk with them, and it's very hard to walk on the stairs, and it's like absolutely almost impossible to cross the street. So eventually, what could be done in the cities? Yes. Also, what is like very important, because, for example, we know data, how many habitats were lost, for example, in Białystok for the amphibians. We don't know the data in Gdansk. Probably it's a really huge number, but nobody collects this data because nobody don't care so much. So it's like very hard to say what is the situation of these animals, for example, in this region and in this city. So generally, what we can do, like to protect the amphibians, like in the cities, or generally, like of course protecting the habitats, or like creating the ways that they can be connect with some green areas. We can build the underground passes. We can save some water spot or build the water spot to remember about amphibians, because some water spots are not good for them to use. Also, there was actions, for example, during the springtime to carry the amphibians from the place, for example, to help them to cross the street. But nowadays, when the disease are really big topic, because they can be infected with many different pathogens, this is not so easy anymore to decide, because if you will, you know, carry them on your hand or put to some place that where they will touch the other animal and some of them will be infected, then you will help them to get the disease. So, of course, it's a good situation. It's some kind of practice that for nowadays people were doing, but there is no sure anymore if it's a good way to help to these animals. Yeah, so my personal story is like that I was born and I was, as a child, just growing close to the swamps. And I really loved the swamps. I was going there like many times. I was listening to these animals, and I felt like, you know, they were like my friends. And I remember that even then, people were killing amphibians just without reasons, you know. There was this, you know, young guys who were like, you know, putting to them air like to the balloons. That is absolutely crazy and cruel. But I felt in general that, you know, people like big, beautiful animals. With amphibians, it's a little bit different because they are wet. For some of people, they are beautiful. For some of the people, they are like ugly and disgusting. So it's like a very different emotion that these animals, like that people have for these animals. I would like you to, for a moment, listen the voice of Bombina Bombina. It's possible. Możemy puścić dźwięk kumaka. Dziękuję bardzo. So I think it's like a very mysterious and very beautiful voice. For some people, like, you know, many people were using this voice in a cinema, or like even Gintergas is mentioned, these animals also in these books. So it's just, like, I think many people also think that maybe it's not a voice of the amphibians, but the voice of the birds. But I think they are very unusual animals and very beautiful and hold their life. It's very interesting, so that will be very nice to find a way to protect them. In the case of the city, sometimes it's very hard. And then it would be necessary to make the research and to count the numbers and just to analyze the situation to understand if there is a reason to keep the population of these animals in the city, or is better like to send them to the other spot where are less or more green zones. Amphibians are very good indicator of the pollution because they are very sensitive for the pollution. So now I will switch the topic to the bees. Also, you can find a lot of bees in the city sites close to the water side too, like for example in Vienna, that's a very good example. Also, the Vienna is a very unusual city. Just in Vienna you can observe 450 bee species, and in Poland we have 470 bee species. So it's like a little and small paradise actually, but the climate there is quite unusual. I just want to talk about the wild bees and pollinating insects also because many people when the people think about the bees, they are only thinking about a honeybee. But actually, in the world, we have 20,000 bee species. And in Poland, for example, we have 470 bee species. And honeybee is just one species. So if you want to protect diversity of the bees, you cannot support and protect only one species of the bee. So when people are saying that they are putting and making the hives in the cities to protect the bees, it's untrue because you cannot protect the diversity of the bees by supporting only one species. Plus, the honeybees can eat the pollen from the flowers, and in that way they can make the diversity of the bees lower. And also, this is the result of the research that you will see. Maybe that was here. Yeah. Also, the pollinating insects are dying very quickly. Actually, we don't know really good the numbers because there is no monitoring programs in many places. So it's very hard to say, but there was one very famous research made in Germany where in a natural reserve, for 60 years, they were monitoring the insects, and during this time, they lost 75% of biomass. So this is what we know. It's like a 75% during the 30 years. It's really huge. And then, for example, like a global meta-analysis indicate a 45% decreasing in insects number for 2/3 of the analyzed taxons. So generally the situation of the insects is also very bad. And the scientists are saying that these ecosystem services that are important for the humans that the insects are making, that we should protect. One of them is a pollination because the insects help to us produce the food that we are eating. So if we will not have diverse world of the pollinating insects, we will not have diverse food on our tables. So here you can see like just the drawing that it shows that the diversity of the bees is really high, like 20,000 in the world, 470 in the Poland. That most of the bees do not produce honey, do not sting to defend their nest, and do not live in hives. Most of the bees are solitary bees that are living directly in the ground. Like, for example, I will show you just one example. It's one of my favorite. So, for example, this is Hoplitis papaveris. This is the bee that is making the nest in the ground. And to make this nest, she's using papaver flower that is really beautiful. So this is the photo that I made in my garden, and I'm very happy for it because it's quite rare species. So this bee is coming to the flower, taking the part of the flower, and then it's taking to the ground, to the tunnel, and use it to build the nest. For example, this kind of spaces are really good space also for the bees to make the nest because most of the bees are making the nest in the ground, but also they prefer like more sunny and warm spaces. This is the space that I found like close to Gdansk, and that should be a space that should be protected if we are talking about the keeping diversity of the bees. And you can see how many different animals were living there. Yes, and just for the end, I will say that it's like probably it may seem that the countrysides should be a better place for the pollinators and the wild bees to live, but the truth is different. Just because in the countryside nowadays people are using a lot of pesticides and they are like, making a death of many or high number of the species of the pollinating insects. That in the countryside there are monocultures. In the countryside people are destroying the habitats for the pollinators and for the wild bees. The situation is now very strange because actually sometimes the situation in the city can be better than in the countryside. In cities, compared to the countrysides, pollution, especially with the pesticides, may be lower, and the number of pollen and nectar producing plants may be bigger. So that's why actually creating the sites for the wild bees and pollinating insects in the city is quite an important topic. So at the end, I just want to say like what is important to make these places. So first of all, it's just very important to monitor the place, to check what is already there, because in many cases, people are changing something that is better for something that is worse, actually. Second of all, it's like very important, or as a priority, to use the native plant species, because sometimes it's happened that people are planting the plants that have a potential, potentially can be invasive, for example. Then what is very important, to monitor the area where we are preparing the space for the bees, so generally recognize them. And there is not many people who can recognize the insects and the wild bees. And also, it's important to remove invasive species of the plants. And of course, at the end, I will repeat this information, that building the hives in the city does not increase the diversity of the bees, but it may reduce it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila. I will now ask Michał if he's ready with his presentation, because there's some technical problem. It's all.
Jeszcze walczą.
They're still fighting for him to be able to talk and to show images and films, which is really important. So, okay. And what I think we have to do, because Michał also will have a translator, an interpreter, and she doesn't have enough time to wait. I think what we will do is we will now have a little conversation together with you, if you agree. And then if they manage to deal with your presentation, you will show it. If not, you will not. What do you say? Okay, so we will ask Ms. Interpreter as well. And I'm inviting Julita and Camila and Ivona on stage, if possible. This won't be stressful, no worries. We will have a short conversation before Michał's presentation. I really wanted Michał to have this presentation because it's very moving what he's doing, and his relationship with the shipyard is quite incredible. That's why I really wanted to work. Yeah, please take some microphones. Well, let me just, because you, at the end of your presentation, you said that making things or making positive changes somehow very often causes negative effects, right? And what I wanted to ask you, all of you, is like what does it make you feel when you observe the world around us, with the shipyard being the metaphor for it, changing so much, being lost, going away? What does it make you feel? Is it, you were saying you felt sadness? I also feel a lot of sadness in this world that we are losing, in the world that is going away.
You know, actually I found, of course, sadness, but also love. For me, the new project is still about how you can work on your sadness and also find, you know, some places in your heart and inside yourself to keep it, this sadness, but also as a normal emotion for our life. And also, what is interesting for me, I tried to find a lot of information about this, how it is in the whole world when people, you know, lost some cities, some places, and it's really international emotion, like, you know, without language actually. And I think it's natural. This is part of our life, you know, when we lost something every day actually. And for me, it's important to grow up with this emotion actually.
Because, of course, what I mean is both architecture, like the shipyard, and nature, that we are losing a lot of it recently. especially, I mean, Gdansk, of course. You're seeing this invasion of architecture and urbanism into nature, and how do you react? What do you feel, Jolita?
I always study the subjects, like reading a lot, looking, walking, sitting at those places, and then I work in my head searching for a solution, first of all, if it is to find, if I will find the reason to expose the problem, that's the best way for a visual artist to do it with pictures, or my frame is performance, more action, working with context. So I just trying to tell people in that way, my own way, and show the solution. I don't feel sadness. I'm always like in work. I'm busy, and I'm really running to do it as fast as I can.
The sadness will come later, you know about it.
We never know.
How about you, Camila?
So I would say I'm always fighting that in that way. I mean, like, I really feel like, you know, I mean, in the case of Gdansk, of course, I liked the city in the past because it was a little bit wild. And I always like to go to close to the seaside, and I love this actually wild flowers all around. And that was something that I really feel good in a city. Now I don't come too much to Gdansk, actually. It's like less and less places I feel good. I like to be in a forest or like in a field or like generally close to the nature, and I'm just finding myself like not so good like in the past in the city. But in a way, it's like quite also interesting how the fashion can change the way of the things, how people see the space, for example. Because, you know, in the past, people were like the English gardens. Now it's a little bit fashion for the wild gardens, and generally it's like I don't know, like all these changes of the landscape have so many. I mean, people look at the world like from the way of aesthetic, if they like it or not, and sometimes, and this is like something that it's like absolutely amazing. Like sometimes when I see the scale and how it can make a change. So hopefully, because, you know, there was a time that people use it. I mean, there is like more and more people, so the city will grow. But now there is a time that fashion is changing a little bit. Maybe that will bring something that, for example, from my perspective, would be nicer to be with. Like, for example, even if we go out here from IKM, you know, you have so many cement there, and it's like a question why they do it. Like, you know, there is no reason to put so much cement over here. Like, even they want to have like some small shops there or something, I think it will be nicer for the people sit close to the trees and the plants. So maybe in some moment there will be like idea to take it out. Let's see.
Michał?
Po polsku, proszę.
Tak, po polsku. Pytałam o ten smutek. Czy go czujesz, albo jakie emocje masz, patrząc na ten świat, który odchodzi w kontekście i architektury, urbanistyki, tego, co było, twojej relacji ze stocznią i natury?
Are you sad? Do you feel sadness in the context of architecture, urbanism, and everything what is passing by in your connection with shipyard, in the context of nature? How do you feel?
Z samym tematem stoczni pracuję już w systemie emeryckim, natomiast nie mogę się od niego uwolnić, ponieważ żyję przy stoczni. Moje okna mieszkania wychodzą na Plac Solidarności, więc na co dzień mam go za oknem.
I've been living for a long time with shipyard. It's been a lifetime. I can't get away with it because my window is giving onto shipyard, and whenever I look out of the window, I'm seeing the Solidarity Square.
Rozpoczęte w 2014 roku wpisy do rejestru zabytków zatrzymały wyburzenia na stoczni, więc te, które ewentualnie mamy przed sobą, są nieliczne, więc nie jest to problemem, ani nie jest czymś, co napawa mnie strachem.
Since 2014, when the heritage process started, the process of pulling down of parts of the shipyard stopped. So I'm not afraid anymore that we will lose them all.
Jedyne, o co się boję i co obserwuję, to są części wspólne. Stocznia jest podzielona w tej chwili na kilkanaście działek, w związku z tym decyzje o tym, chociażby o dzieleni, są podejmowane na poziomie kilkunastu grup decyzyjnych, nie jednej.
The only part I'm worried about is common areas, because the shipyard is now divided into different allotments, different parts, and the decisions regarding the division are made by several decisive groups, not just by one organism.
Kończąc, widzę szansę w tym, że to, co pozostanie wspólne, na przykład miejskie, będzie taką ostoją maksymalnego zazielenienia, wprowadzenia roślinności i dbania o to.
The only chance I see is in the municipality. I believe that what will be left will be green and full of plants.
Wspaniale by też było, gdyby pojawiła się możliwość wpływu na decyzje tych kilkunastu decydujących o własnym terenie, chociażby idąca w stronę taką, że rezygnują z takich pomysłów typu drzewa w donicach, więc jakby mam nadzieję, że oprócz tego, co będzie wspólne i maksymalnie może być wykorzystane przyrodniczo, no żeby ten lobbying takiego ważnego społecznego interesu no był skuteczny i żeby też po prostu ta dbałość o roślinę nie w donicy była czymś oczywistym.
The only thing I hope is for more influence on multi-decision makers, not to care just about trees in pots. I hope that what we all have in common as the best social interest is to preserve trees not as plants in pots, but to care about them as such. So I hope that the lobbying towards this issue will be efficient.
Ostatnia rzecz, jak żyliśmy razem w kolonii artystów, to otaczały nas przede wszystkim łąki kwietne, więc teraz ze względu na wartość terenu i pomysły na nie ma jakby szansy na to, natomiast prace wyburzeniowe pociągnęły też za sobą zniknięcie około 150 drzew, więc mam nadzieję, że właśnie tych 150 drzew zostanie odtworzonych, będzie mogło wrócić i za kilkadziesiąt lat znowu pełnić wspaniale swoją funkcję. Kończąc już zupełnie, nowy plan na Plac Solidarności, na Drogi do Wolności zakłada obsadzenie. No, moim marzeniem jest to, żeby tak 1 do 1 te 150 przynajmniej pojawiło się z powrotem w przestrzeni.
When we were living in the artist colonies, there were plenty of flower meadows. Now we nearly lost them all because of the areas which were pulled down in the shipyard. What I hope for is that in the time to come, we can at least restore the 150 trees that we've lost, and that in the way to freedom, we can still have them in the years to come.
Z dobrych wiadomości działam.
Okay, it works. So what do you think? Should we let you now do your presentation and we will be in the dark and then we will come back to our conversation? What do you say?
Chcesz teraz, żebyśmy...
That would be nice, no? So is it okay for you to stay or would you like to go back? Ulaya, let's go. Okay.
O, ma pani mikrofon? Jest mikrofon. Nazywam się Michał Szlaga, zajmuję się stocznią od 1999 roku. Jestem fotografem urodzonym w Gdańsku, wychowanym na Kaszubach na wsi.
My name is Michał Szlaga. I've been attached with the shipyard since '99. I was born in Gdańsk. I grew up here, and I was living in the Kashuby area.
Gdańsk znajduje się u ujścia Wisły. Wisła jest rzeką znaną z nazwy już 2000 lat temu, mierzącą 1220 kilometrów.
Gdańsk is lying at the estuary of Vistula River. It's a river 2,000 years old, and its length is about 1,220 kilometers.
Wisła jest też najdłuższą rzeką wpływającą do Bałtyku.
It's the longest river going into Baltic Sea.
W germańskiej tradycji pisanej nadwiślańskie lasy były ojczyzną Wandalów, Sasów i innych plemion germańskich, chociaż w rzeczywistości mówimy tu o plemionach pochodzących z południowej Skandynawii.
In the Germanic written tradition, all this territory was the patrimony of Saxons and the Scandinavian tribes.
Ustawiam stoper, ponieważ dostałem 20 minut, a moje wykłady trwają często 2 godziny.
I've got 20 minutes left, so I will put the alarm clock on, since usually my lectures take about 2 hours.
Patrzymy na mapę z roku 1806. Nie wiem, czy jak ruszam palcem, Państwo widzicie, gdzie ruszam?
We are looking at the map from 1806. When I move my finger, can you see it?
Znajdujemy się teraz w kunszcie wodnym, dokładnie w tym miejscu.
We are here in the woods, exactly here when I point.
Na przedłużeniu Langstrasse, czyli ulicy Długiej.
Here is the Langstrasse, which is called in Polish Długa Street.
To, że przemysł stoczniowy jest zlokalizowany na stoczni, wynika z defortyfikacji przeprowadzonych w XIX wieku. Teraz ruszam w tym miejscu, stocznia mniej więcej jest tu.
The shipyard is about here. The fact that it was installed here resulted from the defortification process in the 19th century.
W roku 2012 wydałem książkę, nad którą pracowałem przez kilka lat. Jest to pierwsze opracowanie zabytkoznawcze miejsca w historii stoczni.
In the year 2012, I published a book which I've been working on for a few years, and it's the first work on shipyards.
Stocznia jest dziełem przypadku katastrofy ekologicznej.
Shipyard is a case of an ecological catastrophe.
Teraz poproszę o przeczytanie opisu z książki.
And now I will read from a book. I need glasses. The engraving kept by the Gdańsk Library of the Polish Academy of Sciences, showing an ice jam in Płonia Wielka, about 8 kilometers from Gdańsk, which on the night of 31st of January 1840 piled up the waters of the Vistula so high that the river overflowed the dunes, washing them away, thus creating a second natural outlet to the sea. A natural phenomenon that changed the hydrological condition of the old bed of the river, later referred to as the dead Vistula, Martwa Wisła, subsequently creating favorable conditions for building a harbor, then a Prussian state-owned shipyard and a new case located beyond the fortification ring encircling Gdańsk.
Wracamy na chwilę do stanu sprzed katastrofy.
We are going back to the moment before the disaster.
Spowolnienie wód Wisły w wyniku katastrofy pozwoliło przenieść przemysł stoczniowy właśnie w tamto miejsce w połowie XIX wieku.
In the mid of the 19th century, the slowing down of the Vistula River waters allowed transferring shipyard to this place.
Natomiast tradycje okrętownicze w Gdańsku mają przynajmniej 1000 lat i były zlokalizowane wszędzie w obrębie głównego miasta, czyli starej części, przy której teraz jesteśmy.
Shipbuilding tradition in Gdańsk city is about 1000 years old and is located within the main city where we are now.
Zanim nastąpił rozwój stoczni w XIX wieku na stoczni, czyli związanej ze stalą, będącej wynikiem okresu epoki marzycieli, okresu Gründerzeit.
Before the development of shipyard during the steel period, in the Gründerzeit period,
lokalizowano funkcje stoczniowe w różnych miejscach, między innymi teraz przybliżam w tym miejscu tak zwane sznurownie, czyli miejsca w produkcji lin.
Shipbuilding functions were located in different places. For example, here we can see a rope manufacturing plant.
To jest mapa już późniejsza ze stocznią zlokalizowaną tam, gdzie jest dzisiaj.
This is a later map with the shipyard located where it is now.
Dotykam w tym momencie miejsca, które jest tym miejscem nazwanym Stocznią Cesarską.
Here is the Kaiser shipyard.
Proszę spojrzeć na to, jak blisko jest główne miasto w momencie, kiedy po jego defortyfikacji wprowadzono tam funkcje mieszkalne. W zasadzie idealnie się łączy, czyli można powiedzieć, że stocznia jest w mieście i na odwrót.
Please look at the proximity of the main town towards shipyard. We can say that the town is in the shipyard and the shipyard is in the town.
To jest wspaniała mapa z 1809 roku. Zwrócę uwagę już teraz na przyrodę. Każde pojedyncze drzewo zostało tutaj zaznaczone. Widzicie Państwo te rzędy zaznaczonych roślin oraz założenia ogrodowe w tych miejscach.
This is a fantastic map dating from 1809. Please have a look at the nature. There are fantastic rows of trees and garden fundaments.
Zwrócę uwagę na jeszcze jedną rzecz. Te załomy, które widzicie trójkątne, to są pozostałości po dawnych fortyfikacjach, czyli jakby wykorzystano początkowo te kanały, one były wodne.
Here the triangle bands you can see here are the remnants of former fortifications of water channels.
W miejscu, gdzie dokładnie teraz pokazuję, mieści się brama historyczna stoczni, czyli tak zwana droga do wolności była kiedyś kanałem wodnym.
Here the place I point to is the main gate to the shipyard, so-called the Freedom Gate.
Artyści zostali ściągnięci na stocznię w 2002. Zamieszkaliśmy w budynku dawnej centrali telefonicznej przy budynku dyrekcji, dokładnie w tym miejscu.
The artists were invited to live in Stocznia in 2002, and we lived exactly here at the headquarters, the main telephone headquarters building.
Budynek już dzisiaj nie istnieje, kolonia zlikwidowana została w 2007.
The building doesn't exist anymore. It was pulled down in 2007.
Natomiast chociażby to miejsce dzisiaj jest ulicą i zwracam uwagę na to, że kształt ulic, siatka ulic stoczni wynika niekiedy z kanałów fortyfikacyjnych wcześniejszych i wody, która tam płynęła.
This place here has become a street, and I would like to draw your attention to the fact that mainly the streets result now from water channels, which were full of water before.
Pomysł był prosty. Chodziło o to, żeby na dawnych kanałach nie budować budynków, które mogłyby być niestabilne. Dawne kanały nadawały się na drogi.
It was a simple idea of not creating new buildings on the former channels, which could not be stable enough, and instead to build roads and pathways on them.
Przeskakuję trochę na moją praktykę artystyczną. Nie fascynuję się tylko stocznią, przemysłem, historią. Raczej zaczęło się to od fascynacji morzem. Widzicie Państwo fragment jednego z marynistycznych projektów i sposób jego pokazywania.
I'm not always fascinated with, I'm not only fascinated with shipyards and industry and architecture, I've been always fascinated with the sea as well, and here is my artistic vision of it.
Pierwsze zdjęcia wykonane na stoczni były to zdjęcia z 1999 roku i właściwie to, czego wtedy szukałem, to były kształty natury, które odnajdywałem w równie organicznym okrętownictwie.
The first pictures of the shipyard were taken in 1919, and what I was looking for then were the nature and natural shapes in the shipyard.
Dach kolonii artystów, rok 2002.
It's the roof of Artistic Colony 2002.
Impreza w kolonii artystów na terenie stoczni.
Party at the Artist Colony in the shipyard territory.
Jedno z pierwszych sympozjów właścicieli terenu, wtedy był to jeden właściciel całości, firma Synergia, to są warsztaty architektoniczne. To też powoduje, że ja zaczynam się interesować urbanistyką, którą nie interesowałem się wcześniej.
One of the first gatherings of Synergia here, and this was the reason why I've become interested in urbanism, which I haven't been before.
Żyliśmy w kolonii 5 lat, był to wynik umowy. Wchodząc w 2002 wiedzieliśmy, że kończy się to w 2007.
We lived in the colony for 5 years, and we knew it from the very start that it would last only from 2002 till 2007.
Kilkudziesięciu artystów potem już w kilku budynkach prowadziło działalność artystyczną, indywidualnie, czasami się łącząc. To są uczestnicy warsztatów fotograficznych, na które zapraszałem ludzi z Polski do zamkniętego wtedy zakładu.
A few dozens of artists, mainly photographers, were organizing workshops, closed workshops, and they were inviting people from all over Poland to participate.
Poruszaliśmy się jako artyści po stoczni na podstawie przepustek pracowniczych jak robotnicy.
We were moving around the shipyard on the basis of special permits, passes, as ordinary workers.
To, co teraz oglądamy, to jest fragment materiału dotyczącego technologii z 2003 roku, portrety robotników i towarzyszące im detale z miejsca pracy.
This portrait comes from 2013. This is a portrait of workers' technology from their daily life.
Cykl nazywał się Ginące zawody. Chodziło tu o nieuchronne zmiany w technologii, które przychodziły z zachodu, polegały na unowocześnianiu.
The title of the cycle was Perishing Professions due to new technologies coming from the West.
Mała dygresja, zanim jeszcze przejdę do książki. Odwiedziłem Indię, stocznię złomową, szukając tam statków budowanych w Gdańsku. To, co widzimy, to jest dokumentacja pokazu na terenie Instytutu Sztuki Wyspa, na terenie stoczni i lightboxy, które zawiesiłem na bramach stoczni.
I visited India and I was looking for shipyards there. And here are the examples of lightboxes which are hang on the gates of the shipyard.
Mniej więcej w 2007, kiedy skończyła się pierwsza kolonia, rozpoczęły się duże wyburzenia i dla mnie między rokiem 2007 a powiedzmy 2010 jest taki okres dużego niepokoju.
More or less between 2007 and 2010, the first pulling down of stocznia in Gdańsk took place, and this is a period of great anxiety for me.
Artyści działają w Radzie Interesariuszy, udzielamy wywiadów, tworzymy sztukę. Ja czuję, że osobiście to, co do tej pory robiłem, jest nieskuteczne i postanawiam sfotografować wszystko, co jeszcze jest i sięgać do archiwum, mając nadzieję, że coś, co zniknęło, sfotografowałem wcześniej.
The artists take part in stakeholders council. They do interviews, they organize in different groups, but I feel that whatever we do is not efficient enough, so I start investing in photography.
Podstawowy problem polegał na tym, że przy sprzedaży terenów stoczniowych miasto zostało pominięte jako przyszły gospodarz i stolica, czyli Warszawa, sprzedała ten cały teren nowemu właścicielowi. W związku z tym jakby rozpoczęły się właśnie takie problemy polegające na tym, że miasto nie może za bardzo prywatnemu inwestorowi mówić, jak ma urządzać swój teren.
The main problem was that Gdańsk was some kind omitted in the decision of selling process to the private investor, and the capital in Warsaw sold the shipyard directly to the private investor, and it was kind of believed that the council, the town of Gdańsk, cannot suggest to the private investor how should he furnish the new shipyard.
Patrzymy na wyklejkę książki. Wszystko, co zielone, czyli obiekty 1 i 2 były obiektami ze względu na solidarnościowy rodowód, które były zabytkami.
All the green parts in the book, because of its solidarity origin, were called heritage.
Początek XX wieku był też czasem, kiedy w Polsce jeszcze zabytek przemysłowy nie był ceniony, nie potrafiono go określić. Zabytkiem głównie były zamki, kościoły, kościółki, kapliczki, sakrum.
At the beginning of the 21st century, the industrial heritage was not very well known. What was called heritage was castles, churches, whatever was called sacrum.
To, co jest zielone, było chronione prawem, to, co jest czerwone, zniknęło i o tym opowiada ta książka.
What was green was protected by law. What was red disappeared, and this is what the book is about.
Rozpocząłem współpracę z wyjątkowym specjalistą UNESCO Waldemarem Affeltem, który już jako częściowo emeryt prywatnie wspomagał mnie w wykonaniu tego badania.
I started my cooperation with a representative of UNESCO, Waldemar Affelt, who supported me in this work.
Wydaliśmy w ten sposób książkę, która składa się z 4 rozdziałów. Jest to opowieść rozpięta między przyrodą, zabytkami wodą, zabytkami architektury, ciągiem technologicznym i, co bardzo ważne, przyrodą miejsca.
The book consists of 4 chapters and its span is from nature, heritage, industrial heritage and the place itself, the nature.
W książce, która składa się z 220 fotografii, zaledwie 1 fotografię poświęciłem Solidarności, celowo usuwając Solidarność i dźwigi z mojej książki, chcąc zwrócić uwagę na to, że stocznia to nie tylko wielkie solidarnościowe hasło i nie tylko wyglądające dobrze żurawie, ale to wszystko, co jest pomiędzy.
In the book there are 220 photographies and I deliberately removed all the solidarity elements, so there is only one and all the rest is about nature. I removed all the cranes and all the elements connected with solidarity to put the attention somewhere else.
Przechodzimy teraz przez pierwszy rozdział, który właściwie jest rozdziałem bez numeracji stron, bez opisów, jest tylko takim wizualnym spacerem przez miejsce.
In the first chapter of the book, we don't have numbers of the pages. It's just a virtual walk through different places in Shipyard.
To doprowadza do bardzo ważnego pierwszego rozdziału, który nazywa się To, czego nie ma.
It leads us to the first chapter, a very important one, which is called This What Doesn't Exist.
Pokazuje tutaj gruzy, coś, co zostało usunięte zgodnie z prawem, ale najważniejsze jest to, co pojawia się w opisach, ponieważ te opisy wartościują te obiekty w sposób zabytkoznawczy i były czymś takim bardzo trudnym, no bo nagle okazało się, że jednak te rzeczy, obiekty mogły być chronione.
Here I show ruins, debris of what was left from shipyard, but the most important here are the descriptions, because the descriptions tell us what is important and what could have been preserved as heritage.
To, na co patrzymy teraz, to jest pozostałość po kolonii robotniczej na ulicy Marynarki Polskiej, dawniej Schichaugasse, od nazwiska jednego z założycieli stoczni Ferdynanda Schichała.
Here we have the remnants of Schichaugasse from one of the founders of Shipyard, Ferdinand Schichaus, and it's later on called Marynarki Polskiej Street.
Nieźle.
Not bad.
Teraz patrzymy na 20. Łącznie z opisem to są pozostałości po założeniu parkowym reprezentacyjnym przy budynku dyrekcji.
Together with the description, these are the remnants of the park fortification near headquarters.
Tworząc opisy w książce, staraliśmy się nie tyle opisywać poszczególne budynki, przyrodę, co szukać takiego wspólnego mianownika. Czasami był nim ciąg technologiczny, czasami na przykład tory. Chociażby w tym miejscu piszemy o tym, że na terenie stoczni jest 17 km torów.
Here what was important for us was a common denominator for everything which was connecting the pictures, like for example railway tracks, and here we have about 17 kilometers of railway tracks.
Tu widzicie Państwo widok z dachu kolonii artystów w roku 2000 i po prawej rok 2012, dekada różnicy.
Here we have a rooftop view from the artist's colony from the year 2002 and 10 years later, 2012.
Kolejne takie powtórzenia.
Another repetition.
Wrócę, zanim przejdę do przyrody, to mówiłem o domach robotniczych na zewnątrz. Kolejną ciekawostką, która spowodowała, że stocznia utraciła swoją integralność, autentyczność i taką niesamowitą wyjątkowość, było zniknięcie budynku willi dyrektora na terenie zakładu.
Before I move to the nature, I would like to draw your attention to the working houses. Before shipyard lost its total integrity, we noticed, for example, the disappearance of the villa of the supervisor of the shipyard.
Tutaj poproszę o odczytanie jednego z opisów, ale nie będziemy ich czytać wszystkich później. Natomiast no jakby to jest ten moment, że przyroda zaczyna funkcjonować obok zabytków.
Here is the moment when the nature starts functioning next to the industrial heritage. Opposite page, kooperantów, subcontractors, a street, former residential building for lower ranking administrative staff, 139A from 1888, with the director's villa behind and pumping station 147A on the right, a row of Swedish wide beam trees, condition in 2008. This page, condition in 2009.
Po tym rozdziale, żeby nie zostawić jakby tego wszystkiego w takim stanie, że jakby dużo zniknęło i jest źle, jest tak samo poprowadzony i opisany rozdział To, co jest.
After this page, not to leave everything in chaos, that something disappeared and it's very bad. Here we have to do with what has been left.
Tu w dużej mierze szczegółowo opisuje przyrodę, rośliny ruderalne niższe. Robię to we współpracy z profesorem dendrologiem.
Here, together with the cooperation of dendrologists, I'm describing different plants and nature.
Większość budynków, które widzicie Państwo na zdjęciach, nadal istnieje.
The majority of the buildings you can see in the pictures still exist.
Skupię się, skracając, na fotografii po lewej stronie.
Cutting my story short, I would like to focus on the photography on the left.
Doszliśmy w trakcie prac do takich wniosków, że te obsadzenia czasami miały służyć tylko i wyłącznie dekoracji i reprezentacji.
We reached a conclusion that the trees were meant to be only for decoration and representative purpose.
Jednak ze względu na to, że stocznia jest postawiona na bagnach i jest bardzo mokra, te drzewa pełniły również funkcję, myśmy nazwali to cichych robotników, czyli dbają do dzisiaj, jeżeli istnieją, o budynki, osuszając teren bezpośrednio przy nich.
But because shipyard was situated on the marshes, which were very damp, we called the trees silent workers because they were helping to dry the territory as well.
Żurawie stoczniowe, też bardzo same w sobie organiczne. W książce pokazujemy ich wszystkie typy.
Shipyard cranes, very organic itself. We are showing different types of them in the book.
Ostatni rozdział Miasto jest poświęcony, nie ma tych opisów i w gruncie rzeczy jest taką wskazówką dla tych, którzy będą w przyszłości projektować, ale nie będą w stanie tego doświadczyć, ponieważ te dane już nie istnieją.
The last chapter is called The City. It doesn't contain descriptions, but it's a kind of indication for those who will be designing the shipyard in the future, but there will be no evidence left.
Miejsce, na które teraz pokazuję, to jest właśnie budynek kolonii artystów.
Here is the picture of the building of the artist colony.
Mówiłem wcześniej o kanale wodnym, który zamienił się w drogę. Pokazuję teraz, gdzie dokładnie jest droga, która była tym kanałem.
I was talking before about the water channel, which was transformed into a road, and now I'm pointing to the place when this road actually is.
W tej części pojawiają się jakby układy podobieństw, więc porównuję to, co jest stocznią, czyli budynki, urządzenia i idealnie bardzo często pasujące w tym wszystkim drzewa.
Here we have similarities and different arrangements of them. So I'm showing you buildings, trees and everything which is similar in shipyard.
To jest ciekawa rzecz, to jest kwietnik założony przez stoczniowców, który został opuszczony, ale mimo to przez co najmniej 15 lat co roku odradzał się.
Here is an interesting thing, a flower bed planted by the workers, which was abandoned, but for the last 15 years it was still springing up.
Jest to kwiat idealny na tereny podmokłe, liliowiec rdzawy.
It's the ideal flower for marshes. I can't translate the name, sorry. Liliowiec rdzawy.
Zbliżam się do końca tej opowieści.
I'm getting to the end.
Chcę tylko wskazać, że po wydaniu książki ten materiał stał się wystawą, która się nazywa Stocznia Dokument Utraty.
I would like just to say that after publishing, this material was transformed into a exhibition which was called Shipyard. Przepraszam, tytuł?
Dokument utraty.
Lost document of loss.
Oprócz fotografii, filmów znajdują się też artefakty. Jednym z artefaktów jest fragment drzewa z parku przy budynku dyrekcji.
There are artifacts, films here, photographies, and one of the artifacts is a part of the tree which was planted near the headquarters.
Oczywiście on jeździ z wystawą, zawsze ma swoje miejsce.
It's traveling with the exhibition and it has its place.
Zestawy proste było, nie ma.
Simple collocations there was, there isn't.
Inny rodzaj pokazu, zawsze obecne drzewo.
A different kind of show, always present tree.
Dziękuję bardzo. Chciałem tylko powiedzieć jeszcze, że wyszła, tak jak Solidarność została wcześniej pominięta, tak wyszła druga, wydałem w 2021 roku drugą książkę, ale tylko i wyłącznie o Solidarności.
Just summing up, I would like to thank you and I would like to tell you that in 21st I published another book and this book was purely on solidarity.
Okładką jest widok z mojego balkonu. Tu widzicie Państwo ten widok sprzed kilkunastu lat, przed powstaniem Europejskiego Centrum Solidarności.
The cover is the view from my balcony. Here the view is from a dozen years before the European Center of Solidarity was created.
Te zdjęcia w ilości 1200 powstawały na drodze dom, pracownia w budynku dyrekcji stoczni.
The 1,200 pictures were created on my way from home to work.
I tu, obok dużej polityki, zmian, codzienności, cały czas poświęcam uwagę przyrodzie miejsca.
And here, next to the politics, the everyday life, the changes, urban changes, all my attention is drawn to nature.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michał. I think maybe we will not come back to the discussion on stage, but if you'd like to ask some questions to...
There are two of his books left in the bookshop.
Oh yeah, there are 2 books by Michał left in the bookshop, and you bought the 3rd one.
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay. That's wonderful. It would be wonderful, byłoby cudownie, gdybyś został z nami jeszcze chwilę. Mamy tutaj 2 kartopologów, którzy są bardzo ciekawi, co sądzisz o ich mapie, którą przygotowali podczas rezydencji 6-tygodniowej. Więc jeśli masz jeszcze chwilę, żeby zostać z nami.
Potrzebne będzie nam, będzie nam pani jeszcze.
Nie, to ja ci pomogę już. To już nie ma problemu. Super. So, if you, Michał will stay with us for the final presentation of artworks. We will now have Mr. Piotr Lorenz, the city architect, who kindly agreed to come and talk to us and for a short presentation, and then we will have the final exhibition. Would you like to ask questions to Iwona, who stayed because Julita had to go, to Kamila or to Michał? Yeah, if.
And maybe we are tired or we need to take a rest because we've got program of this meeting. This is why maybe we can talk outside or something like this. We are still there. This is my idea. Yeah.
Okay, probably. Okay, just Liz from.
I just want to ask Ivona, when is she going to come back with those subway tickets to Govan in Glasgow?
Yes, this is my dream actually, to back to Govan. Maybe, in the future, I will back to Govan to see actually this mural, this dry dock, and to meet with people also, yeah? Because people are so important in Govan. I'm curious if they're working or not.
Ivona, you know that we have been there in April with this project, so we have been looking at your letters and I explain the history of them.
Tak, dokładnie. Okay, so Mr. Piotr Lorenz.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Shall I speak Polish, English?
English.
English,
please.
no worries. Okay, so it's going to be definitely quicker in this case. So, well, we can still try Polish if you want, so no worries. So thank you very much for inviting, and I guess we are going to talk a little bit about some spatial planning and urban development of Gdansk in the context of water. So how many hours do we have for that? I'm serious, okay? It's a water city, so from that point of view, this is actually an issue which really has to be discussed widely. Since we don't have time for that, we have only a few minutes, so I'll try just to give you a short overview of that, what we are doing, and also what are some further challenges for that. I'm not going to speak about dealing with the tidal waves and floodings. I guess there are many presentations regarding that. I'm going to focus more on the issues associated with urban development, spatial transformation of waterfront areas, as well as with some further challenges associated with active usage of water bodies. So this is going to be my presentation. Actually, the city architect of Gdansk, since 3.5 years I'm in this position. It may sound a long time, but honestly only after 2.5 years I finally learned how this business works. So actually it's not that much, so to speak. But also I'm teaching at the Gdansk University of Technology, the Faculty of Architecture, so I also have academic background. So as you know, Gdansk is a water city, but it's a water city mostly due to the fact that this is a trade city, so to speak. So Gdansk actually is a place where the water was actively used for the water transportation, and now water is used as the feature for the recreation as a feature for tourists. Basically speaking, to have a waterfront like this brings a lot of tourists, and we actually have a lot of the activities and businesses focusing on dealing with tourism and recreation on this kind of the urban waterfront. So we also have a lot of the urban artifacts, like this particular crane, as I guess many of them you know it very well, and these historic waterfronts which are attracting a lot of tourists and attention. And actually even the complete urban layout of the city is focused on water. It may not be something which is obvious for everybody, but actually if you look at the urban layout of the historic part of the city of Gdansk, you can actually find that those streets which are perpendicular to the waterline, they actually lead us to the water. So actually the city was oriented on the water since its very beginning. Now, Gdansk is a big city, and it's not only related to the water. So here we can see the kind of basic planning study which is associated with the urban development of the city. For now, it's called, it has a very complicated and long name in Polish. Let me translate it very briefly into English. It's called Study of the Directions and Development for the City of Gdansk. In Polish, it is more complicated. The problem is that it's not going to be anymore in place. Since actually the new legislation in planning came to our practice, and we will have to substitute that with the new planning document, which has no drawing actually, right? So we will not be able to show you any kind of the drawing like this. So it's a large chance actually for you to see an urban development concept for the entire city. But what is important is that actually this historic city center, as you can see in here, which is located on the water, both on the Motława waterfront and on the so-called Stil Vistula waterfront, is just a little fraction of the city. And we have a lot of the water-related areas, including the areas associated with the stream of the Vistula River, as well as with the flood areas of the Żuławy district, which are actually subject of our, I would say, water-oriented or water-related planning for the city. And as you can see, many of them are still in use for the industrial and port purposes, which actually makes Gdansk a port city, which is a kind of backbone for its economic future. So this is a very important working waterfront, and probably it will stay as the working waterfront for many more decades. Even we have ongoing projects which are further expanding these activities in this area. That not many people actually are happy about that, but regarding the economy, this is important. And also we have areas which are discussed regarding what could be the future of that. These are those painted yellow on this picture. These are the lowlands, the areas which can be easily flooded. The owners of these areas want to have them built up, but the policy of the city is to keep them as they are. And we do not want to transform them into the new part of the urban structure. So as you can see, it's pretty complicated. And then aside from that, we also have a lot of the other types of areas which are not that much related to the water. Although when you speak about the inland waters, when you speak about streams and ponds and this kind of stuff, we actually have a lot of those in here as well, and I'm actually going to speak a little bit about that in relation to one of the projects. Now what we got at the moment is actually the new urban development strategy. This is a very simplified picture showing the policy of the city regarding the structure of its urban land. And again, there are not many changes regarding the future of this area. That what is on the waterfront in the heart of the city is actually associated with port activities and with industry. So that's how that works. But actually we have a lot of the other planning activities, including urban revitalization plans and programs. This is one of the documents associated with the district of Nowy Port or Newport. Here we have got the Vistula River Fortress, and here we have got this historic district originating from the very beginning of the 19th century. And what is important about that is that actually also its waterfront will be transformed in the probably closer future as the port activities are moving out from there. It's too little space for them to operate over there. So it seems that this historic district will regain its waterfront, and we will be able to discuss its future, including, in example, renovating this space which used to be industrial and is supposed to be the green space in front of this Vistula River, on that Vistula River waterfront, just on the opposite side from this historic fortress. So this kind of plans are also being made, and they are also related to some extent to the water. The second thing is the topic which probably was discussed here during this conference, which is urban revitalization for the area of the Low Town, or Dolne Miasto in Polish, which is also associated with densification of this urban structure, and also dealing with the renovation of those ramparts. This project is, I would say, highly questionable, I would say. As on one hand, we have got the will of the citizens and the issues in preservation of the natural environment, which is there. It is very green area, it is extremely attractive, it is extremely, I would say, environmental. But on the other hand, we have got the heritage preservation officer who demanded actually the massive redevelopment and bringing it back to this original state, which created a lot of conflicts and almost an open war between the citizens of this low town and the mayor of the city. So actually, this was a big conflict, actually associated with the historic artifacts, but also with the greenery on water, so to speak. Long story again, I don't want to come into all the details, but I think what is important in this case is that actually this has created a lot of issues and problems. On the other hand, we have got other areas which are being built up with the new structures. Here are some of the, I would say, better or more lucky examples, like this one in example. I think this is one of the very interesting projects located on the Następce Street. Sorry for the Polish name. And I think it is pretty successful and also very much awarded in a number of the different places, but also kind of opening the new waterfronts of the city for the urban activities. Unfortunately, in front of that, there were some plans to put some swimming houses and this kind of the things. Hopefully this will not happen, but there is an ongoing project associated with this, so we'll see how it goes. And then we have got a little bit less successful projects, like in this Granary Island, as you can see in here, which is considered to be too big. It is also considered to be too much touristic and not a place to live and not a place to go for anybody but just the tourists who want to eat there and spend their time over there. Okay, so there is a lot of the discussion about why this went this way. On one hand, it is good that the place which was in ruins for like 70 years has been actually been redeveloped. On the other hand, as I said, if you want to live there, it's not definitely the place to buy an apartment and to live there, because there is just no infrastructure, just places for tourism and for restaurants and upscale cafes and this kind of the things. But this is the process which we have completed, and this is the place which is right now under the second phase of the development. If you go there, you will see that there is actually ongoing second phase of this project over there. It's gonna be completed in the mid of this year. And there is even more of them, and actually also there are some areas which are still under discussion, like in example here, the new hotel which is supposed to arrive in this area. This project has been initiated quite a few years ago, before I came to the office, and it's underway at the moment. So we're going to get here a new hotel, And also there is a big discussion how to overcome this massive highway which has been put in here in the 1960s, and how to deal with this kind of the thing and to connect the waterfront. On the other hand, we have a bit more lucky examples, like this one on the southern part of the Granary Island in Gdansk. So we have a better interpretation of the historic granaries. We also have those water houses, as you can see over there. So there is a lot of the I would say better outcomes of those building activities. And then we have the industrial waterfront. Michał was just a minute ago discussing the process of transformation of the historic Gdansk shipyard, or the young city as we call it. This actually is a process which is very much multidimensional. There are a lot of issues associated with the heritage, with the identity, with the history of solidarity, history of the workers' movement here, and so on. Again, is a topic for a separate conference, I guess. And also I can see, if I can see well, we have Mr. Raffelt with us, so he's also a perfect person to talk to about the complicated history and heritage of that particular area. What is important is that actually this is a subject for the redevelopment activities as well that have been initiated in 1994, 1995. So actually this year we can say it's like a 30th anniversary of dealing with this particular project. And it's on the way. It is not yet completed. It will probably be completed in a few decades. There are a lot of the different activities associated with this. And if you actually go to there, you can see that there are many more buildings already either underway or already completed in the site, which actually have already transformed this particular site. And actually there is also some planning for the site. In 2004, there has been adopted a local plan for that particular area. On that basis, this volume study has been completed, showing what actually can arrive over there. I mean, in reality, it arrived a bit more dense, and we are not fully happy with all the aspects associated with this, but there is still a lot to deal with, and there is still a lot of debates, including what would be the future of this area called the Imperial Shipyard, what would be the future of those former slips that used to be there, and that the remnants of those are actually still there. And also, what could be the future of this of the other shipyard which has been located over there? I'm not going to go into details of this project, but I just want you to know that there is a lot of debates and discussions regarding that, and many very hot discussions, I would say, regarding that how that particular site can be shaped. But as I said, we are not talking only about the planning and transformation of the waterfronts. We are also dealing with the inland waters and the inland-related sites. This is a concept for the Park Południowy, or the South Park area. We have a creator of this master plan with us, Dr. Joanna Rajs, who is over there, and she can probably answer better questions regarding what is included than I can. But what is important is that the mayor of the city a few years ago decided to change the zoning for more than 70 hectares of land from housing and commercial activities to the park. So the community of the southern districts of Gdansk got a chance to actually enjoy like 80 hectares of the greenery, including a lot of water bodies, including those retention ponds and streams and so on. I said again, you know, many details and stories. Joanna probably can better explain than I can what is actually associated with that. And this is actually a kind of the new green backbone. It's supposed to be the new green backbone for that part of the city. It's under development at the moment. And now, in the end of my short presentation, I'd like to say that there is actually a lot of discussion also about the usage of those water bodies, which were zoned for the industrial activities, as you could see from the very beginning of my presentation. And at this stage, I'd like to say that we are working on the future of those water bodies, of those inland water bodies associated with the Vistula river stream. So here we've got Vistula going south to Warsaw, and here we have got where the Vistula ends in the Gdansk Bay. Then we have got the first branch and then the second branch of the Vistula, which actually constitutes the water system, the Vistula water system in case of Gdansk. And what is important is that these waters are administered not in the way that actually there is one institution dealing with them. We have got at least 3, if not 4, different administrative bodies focusing on the future of the water, which makes the proper usage of those waters complicated right from the very beginning. If you have like 4 different owners of the 4 different elements of the whole thing, it makes those things pretty complicated. But also what is important is that we have seen the huge potential for the alternative ways of dealing with these waters. We want to stimulate not only industrial or commercial activities, but also recreation, yachting, and active usage of those water bodies for the people's recreation, so to speak. So this is actually one of those studies showing how many different areas associated with the different clubs and places where you can actually enjoy the water recreation are located, so where they are and how they look like. Also, what is important is that not all of these water bodies are fully accessible, and we have some administrative boundaries associated not only with the ownership, not only with management, but also with the accessibility, and this is very important. Also, what is important is that some of them are protected. Some of these sites are protected because of the environmental issues and because of the other reasons. Also, what is important is that the planning for these sites is not only in the hands of the municipality, but also we have the so-called Maritime Spatial Development Plan. It has been created by the State Maritime Administration. We have this thing which is called the State Maritime Administration, and it is focusing actually on the future of the Gdansk Bay and part of the Baltic Sea, which is associated with this. But also, most of those inland waters are also under their jurisdiction. So it's not only the matter for the city, but this is also the matter for the state of Poland, which is represented by this maritime administration. And then, when we are looking at those different potentials and limitations regarding the future of these sites, we can actually say that we can use these areas in very different ways, not only for the commercial activities, but also for the activities associated with, as I said, recreation, with development of the marinas and places for the people to enjoy the water. So there is a lot of the studies which have been recently initiated within my office associated with this stuff. I'm just showing you preliminary results. It's not yet published, not yet official, so to the organizers, please don't share this presentation with the rest of the colleagues. It's not yet fully official, but I just want to give you a sneak preview that actually we are not only thinking about commercial or industrial activities, but also about the different uses of that, also about environmental protection. We are fully aware of all these issues, and it just has to be dealt with all together at the same time. Okay, so this is the future of that. So thank you very much for coming to Gdansk. I hope you enjoyed our beautiful city. If you come over Christmas time, you will enjoy that. And well, if you have any questions, please send me an email. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now for something completely different, artists' presentations. We will have a walk in the building and we will see works of Katarzyna Piórek from Sweden, right by the entrance to this auditorium, Robin Woolston from Scotland, upstairs in the workshop room, Eva Andronikidou from Greece, right next, close to Robin, and then at the end Remy Kreuze and Marlies Vermeulen from Deer Hunter, Netherlands, downstairs by the information point. And we invite you to discuss things with the artists, and this walk will be led by Maja Murawska, the curator of this little exhibition.